I am here to serve your will, for that is my civil duty. Hello there, Jake Julian. Sorry it took me so long. I was busy being a bad stuck bitch. Give me a minute, I need to get my phone quiet. Hello! Let me read your chat for a second. How the Apex, how's it going? Sorry, I've been absent. Work has been gigging my ass. Really, Jack? I was thinking you were celebrating our Independence Day in bars. It's okay either way, though. Superstar, show your face. Hello! Now laying down Apex, boss. Let me read some shit today. This is today how it done. Gamer feel is always good. I've been good. Work has been kicking my ass though. Apex, you setting up the laying down post for the model? No, I don't. Night shift is fun, but the exhaustion that comes with it sucks ass. I can't even imagine that. Okay, what was I thinking? Wait, you hear me too? You hear me, right? Yeah, you should. Wait, yes, you do. Ah, so you were being quiet for a while. Like, okay, it's all good. Let me shake my gamer potion. Gamer potion with ice. A match made in heaven. Good. I should check it out more. Damn it. What is bro doing? Gamer shake. I am doing a gamer shake. Damn it. What? Is it hot, I believe? Give me a second. I think I need to turn on my AC. I'll be back in a minute. What? Wait, Simon? Gothic. Okay, I'm back. Right. I lowered the temperature on my AC. Apparently it was working very weak. What is brought to this 18 plus? What? A milkshake extravaganza? It's pretty alright. So, are we gonna get the new fan read about American Wizard backpack? Yeah, we will do all of that. Don't worry, we will do all of that. But, first of all, as per order, HLC finally started to release videos at his schedule. It's been a long time, you know? Mace Missile. Wait, what? Hell yeah, we need to take up buff wisdom. Good. I don't know you. Wait, what? Mace, is that some kind of... Is that a bug spray or something? I don't know. Let's watch it. No ears this time. It's good.
So we're getting pieces and parts of the next fiscal year budget.
Oh yeah, I heard a rumor about the fiscal year budget for the military, for the US military for like 2027. They claimed it like something around 1.5 trillion dollars. What? Where do you put all that money into? Like, are you buying what? Is the F-47 cost like $500 million? I don't know.
Have some news.
And that is?
the buff is being retired.
What?
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 Even with his rampant racism,
Excuse?
he's not a bad guy.
Oh no, America.
You know, if the buff is being retired, you know that means they came up with something better than the buff. You know that. But it's hilarious. The Pentagon. Nice. Pentagon got outdated and only the Marine Corps passed. Because the Marine Corps don't get shit. Holy shit.
Never interrupt your enemy when they're making a mistake.
Really, China? You're the one to talk, China? Fucking Winnie the Pooh looking ass.
I'm sorry, perhaps I didn't hear you correctly. Did you say I'm getting retired? You better
It's not even April Fools anymore. It's been 2 weeks ago. Chelsea. What the hell is going on?
rephrase that shit, or I'm about 0.3 seconds from dropping a hard R and getting us all fucking canceled.
Buff.
It's true, but probably after 2040. That's the next time it'll be up for review.
Okay.
That's a solid joke, but I have to ask on behalf of the following and viewership, are you out of your fucking mind?
What? It's fun to...
Yeah. Are you out of your fucking mind? Do you really want to terrify the entire planet with the idea that the US came up with something that can outclass buff at the same at the same budget? Lols, go buff.
Screw with people a little bit.
No. Screwing with people is like playing Ding Dong Ditch or filling their shoes with mayonnaise. You were trying to start a fucking riot.
This is like perverted Groundhog Day. I have to deal with jokes about my mother for another 14 years.
14 years? No. I still got a long future of donkey punches in me.
We are learning things about your budget, but there's some of it that doesn't quite make sense. Like,
What?
for example, your AGM-88 high-speed anti-radiation missile, you've paused the extended range version.
What?
May I ask why? Yes, you may. I kind of had to analyze that one myself to make sure that we weren't making a mistake. You guys are probably about to learn something, or at least on the tactical side. So basically, we've proven several times over that the enemy can't even detect my current operational force. So
What?
rather than spend the money on a missile that can reach further to keep my jets safe, we're focusing more on like the F-47 and the F/A-XX to try and be able to get closer in and use the same munition without having a cost increase.
Huh.
So basically, it was like, do you want to spend money on a further reaching missile or a more invisible plane? And we've already proven that my planes are really fucking hard to see anyways, so yeah. That's right.
I mean, the Ham will still can go buff's way, but who knows?
They've never seen me. That's because you
Yeah.
spend all your time benched. If you were actually in the combat zone, they might have an opportunity to.
Fat fucking chance, nerd. Makes sense to my retard ass. True.
I'm gonna have Franklin poop in your intake. Both of you chill. Also, we are spending an excessive amount of money on the Mace missile.
What the hell is Mace?
Multi-mission, affordable, capacity effector.
Who came up with a name so stupid? Like, I'm sorry, but what kind of effector a missile is?
It's a... Oh god, I hate using this. A potential hypersonic air-to-ground missile that is significantly smaller than the current operational long-range air-to-surface missile, so therefore you could fit up to 4 of them inside the weapons bay on an F-35, and it's primarily going to be carried by the F-35, the F-18, and the F-22.
Huh. Wait, what about the F-16, F-15, like all of those? I do feel bad for Tigito. He was so over-engineered that he will never see actual combat. True, so true. It's not only that he was only over-engineered. He was getting cock-blocked in terms of production. Like, if I believe it was Obama, another fucking coin into his piggyback of sins. Obama basically cannibalized all of his production plans of the kit. So that way, you cannot produce new F-22s, and also the law that you cannot sell any F-22 to allies or even neutral countries. Like, all of that together, the kid did not have an opportunity to, like, ramp up the production. Lockheed did not get the opportunity to ramp up the production of the F-22 if he never had been restricted. For example, if the kid had the same production, like speed or capacity or whatever, like the F-35, I believe the kit would have costed today like $120 million per plane. Okay, I can understand they're not selling the kit, but I hate that we cannibalize the production lines. Yeah, we cannibalized. The US government cannibalized the production lines for the F-35, maybe even the F-15, who knows. Although why would a Boeing plane will be produced in a Lockheed Martin facility? Never mind. I'm thinking too much about it.
They're saying it's hypersonic, but there's literally no information on the internet. So I really don't know anything about this missile. I looked. I don't know what it brings to the fight. But yeah, right now the Navy's looking at producing around 500 of them a year and just filling their stockpile.
Tis about time you finally got your first hypersonic missile 10 years behind Mother Russia.
Are you fucking retard? How many times did we have this conversation of fucking Russian retard? By your definition, Uncle Sam had a hypersonic missile for like 70 years at this point. Like, the first hypersonic missile by your definition came out before the B-52. Oh, shut the fuck up, Slavic Special Ed. Exactly. Oh, Jesus.
Shut up, mine are real ones, and this is my second one. The other one's called the Dark Eagle or something like that. That one's ground launched.
Isn't the Mako missile also a hypersonic? Maybe I'm wrong about this one, I don't know.
Besides, I did have a group of scientists steal one of yours.
So that's how you came up with the technology you stole from a superior military.
Fucking superior military, and you're probably the only military in the last 80 years that lost over 1 million soldiers of your own. Fucking shut up, retard. I'm not sure, honestly, about that one. Yeah, I have no idea either. Let's check it up right now. Mako missile. What is that? Up. The Mako multi-mission hypersonic missile is a hypersonic missile developed by Lockheed Martin. Here you go. Specifically designed to hit it of the F-35 and the kit. Oh. Sounds like copying your Russian Down syndrome wolf. Russian Down syndrome wolf. He is making grilled cheese sandwiches at night while hearing his mother being plowed by Buff as if he's Sam Houston. Or wait, no, not Sam Houston. What was his name? The old man gangster, Samuel Whitmore. Yeah. Buff is plowing Russia's Monra like Samuel Whitmore. Hi Hefner. What? Wait, what? What is Hi Hefner? Hugh Hefner lost the honor of Playboy. Let me guess, he was plowing women like they were freedom seeds, right? Oh wait, that was weird. Bigitsu. In short, he was plowing Whitmore like there was no tomorrow, right? Exactly, Lola. Oh, that's good. Okay, let's get back to the video. The Mako is indeed a hypersonic. That is apparently... Let me look up for a minute. Did the Mako came out already, or is it still in development? Okay, I guess the Mako missile is still in development. Who knows, maybe we will see that soon.
No, actually,
And he was the owner of the Playboy magazine. Damn.
I had to cancel that program. Scientists with the
Wait,
scientists steal one
what
of yours.
program?
So that's how you came up with the technology you stole from a superior military.
No, actually, I had to cancel that program. Scientists wouldn't stop laughing. They're still laughing.
I think I'm gonna get
Okay,
the
now I
word
get it.
"hi" tattooed on my wing. So that way, when I'm with Russia's mom, it'll stretch out and say "hypersonic threat inbound and detected."
We were just talking about Plow in Russia's mom. Let me get back at it for a second.
I think I'm gonna get the word "hi" tattooed on my wiener. So that way, when I'm with Russia's mom, it'll stretch out and say "hypersonic threat inbound and detected."
I much preferred when that one had issues with Iran because they didn't talk to me or about my mother.
So you do want us to go back and give Iran a round fucking 2? What is with Twitch today? Never mind.
I see that your buffoon in charge had to part ways with the Secretary of your Navy. That's another one that's been fired, America.
I don't know about what happens with the secretaries of this, of that. I think Pete Hegseth has been laying them off all of the sudden. Probably because they are a bunch of pussies, right? Maybe.
Can't you see that this man is just filling the void with yes men? I can't even pretend to see behind the curtain, okay? I don't know why these decisions are being made, why these individuals are being let go. I try to give everybody the benefit of the doubt and think that they're done for strategic and tactical.
Even I don't know what's happening with the Secretary of the Navy. I think the Secretary of the Army also just chose to leave like his position a while ago. Like a month ago after the Iran war. I have no idea what's with them. And on top of that, the army guy, he was pro-destroying Afghanistan back in the GWOT, so... maybe Trump derangement syndrome is indeed real. Even if I hate to say it.
Tactical reasons, not personal beef. But at this point, I don't fucking know.
And I'll keep you all guessing. It probably was because he had bad hair, unlike me.
Bad hair. When yours looks like pubes on top of your head.
What? Don't talk shit. Don't talk shit beans on goats. Trump's hair is looking fine. Let's be honest. Meanwhile, what does the hairline of King Charles looks like? I do know that one of our generals got caught leaking strategic secrets to Iran. Jail. Straight to fucking jail. Wait. Let me look up King Charles. King Charles, the current retard of Britain. Look at his fucking hairline. Do you want to talk shit, beans on toast, beans on goats, while your king is looking like that? Trump has a glorious hair in comparison to you. So shut up. Shut up, beans on goats.
Those are some big fancy words from somebody whose king is basically standing in the middle of a homeless encampment and proclaiming that he's in charge.
We were just talking about the king. Yeah, now beans on falafel has no room for shit talking. Exactly.
I got nothing.
It wasn't racist, but it was funny.
And you're talking about authoritarian control, but didn't you just ban the purchase of any tobacco product for anyone born after 2008 for the rest of their life? They cannot purchase tobacco products.
Also, we are talking about authoritarian shit. Are we gonna talk about the fact that the EU is banning the crying emoji for some fucking unknown reason? Let me find this emoji for a second so you could understand. It will be right behind my head. Where's the fucking crying emoji? I don't see the crying emoji on my YouTube panel. What the hell? Wait, where is that? Here it is. Here. Right now you will see it behind me, like next to my head. For God's sake. I guess I know what happened. Let me... Fucking connection issues for the chatbot. Where is that? Where is that thing? Oh, here it is. Okay, Britain has gone far now. Why did they ban my tobacco? I don't know, man. I don't know. Huh, weird. The chatbot is connected. Okay, that does not make sense then. Maybe if I will send that again, then it will show. Oh, now it shows both of them. Here, they banned this emoji. The EU is trying to ban this emoji. For what fucking reason? For what? Because the emoji is funny? Because the emoji makes you feel bad? Like, I don't get it, man. Like, what the hell? If adults want to smoke, let them. It's their own damn choice. Exactly. Wait. Let me wrap it back a little back, because I lost the tobacco topic.
I got nothing.
It wasn't rape.
The purchase of any tobacco product for anyone born after 2008 for the rest of their life. They cannot purchase tobacco products.
Wait.
Authoritarian
What?
control.
Me?
But didn't you just ban the purchase of any tobacco product for anyone born after 2008 for the rest of their life? They can.
Wait, what? Excuse me? Right now it's 2026. The current kids who were born in 2008 are 18. Like, once you're 18 years old, you're technically an adult. Why can't you buy tobacco if you're 18 or older? Like, do you have any idea how will it screw up the future, like the kids in the future? Like, for example, in like 2 or 3 years, the kids who were born in 2010 will be 18, 19, and so on. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, right now, the kids who were born in 2007 and earlier, like, the kids from 18, my age, and so on, and including Jack, 26, we all can buy tobacco products. Because we can, we have the ID, we have all what we need. But if right now you were born in like 2010 or 2011 and you want to buy a tobacco product like a cigar in 2030, when you will be 18, 19 and so on, you fucking can't. Like, is that a 1 year long law or something? Because I never heard of a shit like that. Like, I'm sorry, but in a year, everybody will forget that this law exists, including the government, and then they will forget to like change it, alter it, or outright just get rid of it, and then nobody will be able to buy any tobacco product by the year 2040. Are you kidding me? Like, what the hell, man?
Not purchase tobacco products.
Oh my god, you're right. How dare I? Let me check my notes real quick. Care about the health and of our young people. How dare I say? That's awful.
You're talking about taking care of your people. Meanwhile, a fucking jihadist are walking around London, stamping people, raping people, killing people on a daily fucking basis. Stop talking shit, Beans on Toast. Plus, the tax on the sale of tobacco is such a money spinner for the government. Damn. Like, I'm pretty sure it will go for Britain as... especially for Britain, because they are famous for their cigarettes, right? Like, those insane-looking pubes in every Mafia gangster movie. Like, the amount of money they will lose on banning tobacco for the, like, future generations. Fucking insane. I'm pretty sure that for Britain it will be as bad as the prohibition was for the US. Like, what was after the prohibition? fucking the Great Depression. Like, I'm pretty sure the Prohibition was one of the reasons the Great Depression happened in the first place. It's the dumbest one I have ever heard. Me too, man. Like, imagine telling a full, making up a law that says if you were born in the year 2010, by the time you're 18 years old, you can have a driver's license, but you're not allowed to register to go to an extreme driving school. You're not allowed to participate in any racing championship, legitimate racing championship, after taking the extreme racing course. Like, a nightmare, absolutely. It's fucking retarded. It's not the cigarettes, it's cigars. British produce cigars, not cigarettes. Fucking potato, the same thing, Dark. Oh, by the way, hello there, Dark.
Yeah, wait till you outlaw something that rhymes with grape.
I think they
Exactly.
should first focus on outlawing stabbings.
Yeah, on the plus side, at least they have the ability to, speak their mind. Even if they offend someone, they're allowed to say it. Oh, wait.
Yeah, they fucking can't. Like, thousands of people were jailed over memes. Because, they don't have a license for that.
Don't throw stones, America. You're the Southern Poverty Law Center, putting
What?
money into the KKK.
And what side of the political spectrum is that? I'm pretty sure I can see what side is that, right? Ireland is fighting back though. I do not trust the Irish.
I will say notoriously that is something Democrats have done previously. And before you get
Yeah.
mad at me, if you go to the Civil War Museum in Virginia, as you're exiting the last part of it, it has a KKK outfit and quite literally says that it was funded and started by the Democratic Party. That's a real thing.
And it wasn't me going
Plus, even the need is shitting on you, beans on toast. You need to just sit down and shut up. Exactly. Irish are beating immigrants and burgeoning down the settlements. Damn epics. My sister is Irish. An immigrant from Sri Lanka. Like, I'm talking about the native Irish that are pretty much extinct at this point. I'm a little hurt. Your sister does not count.
after anyone for doing that. It was a grand jury that came back with the indictment, okay? Like, it was a bunch of peers that were like, yeah, there's enough evidence here to charge these individuals with this.
Let me guess. You allow extremist groups to be tax exempt.
I decided to learn about this too. Now, while it is illegal for the IRS
She naturalized. I'm not going to talk about naturalized, not naturalized. It's Irish now. You know that they will not give a shit about it, right?
move someone's tax exempt status due to hatred or bigotry or anything else like that. There was kind of a landmark legal case in 1946 where the KKK itself lost their tax exempt status. However, there is certain entities that align with the KKK that still have their tax exempt status. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so basically you're saying it's Israel's fault.
What? No, remember, we are...
Buff, where did that come from? Fucking can't have shit while minding my own business. What the hell, Buff?
a victim.
What?
And you will be
HLC is running on stereotypes, but okay, I will not blame him on that. Well, typical Buffy. I told you, right? She was almost assaulted, and some guys built the would-be assaulter, Irish native guys. Do you want to see what the Irish native guys are doing on Twitter? Because the ones that protected your sister is pretty much the 1% of the actually proper Irish that left in that fucking shithole.
if you don't remember.
You want to dance with the devil in the pale moonlight? I'm your fucking Huckleberry. I hit you so hard your foreskin grows back.
What?
That was kind of hard to say, but the zinger was still there.
Are we
Never mind.
going to talk about the individual who killed 7 of his own children in Louisiana?
What?
No, I'm not making that. Why I don't know about that guy no more.
Excuse me.
Florida, do you mind?
And just what do you want, you beanie toasty bitch?
Florida, just translate for him. That's what he wants.
I think that was the translation.
Oh. Well, what the hell did he say? I'm sorry, I was busy. I wasn't paying attention. I was in a knife fight with a possum.
No. We're not going to get that anymore.
Oh, he said, no, we're not going to give that person any more attention because they're just a total overwhelming piece of shit, more or less. That's what he said.
True.
Is it bad that I kind of forgot what I said as the character? It's fucking weird.
I almost beat a guy to death for trying to get a touch with her once. Can we end with the Ireland story? Because I don't want to talk about Ireland and shit, okay?
To our allies in the area, I understand that America has kind of turned their back on Europe, but it is okay. The French military will willingly deploy nuclear-capable jets around Europe if they are asked for to deter any aggression from, let's say, Russia.
Hold up. Nuclear... Wait. Nuclear-capable jets? Okay, sorry. Good, finally figured it out. Wait, you mean as in fighter jets that can deploy nuclear weapons? Am I getting that right?
Deploying nuclear-capable bombers around Europe is very dangerous, France. If you and I go into a fight, that could make them a potential target.
Oh, dear heavens. You know, 5 years ago, that might be quite the threat, but now we understand you're more of a mild inconvenience.
Yeah.
A bumbling fool on the battlefield. Incompetent and smelly.
Before any of that
Jesus.
goes loud, let me get Russia's mom out of there. She, does that thing that I like.
Gross, buff.
Cooking a nice, warm, home-cooked meal is what I was getting at, jeez.
Oh.
Then why
okay.
not-
That's a little better. Like hell I would trust the French on that one. They will just surrender before the deployment order ever comes. Yeah, exactly. And on top of that, the entire nuclear program was partially financed by Iran back in the day. Like hell am I going to trust the French?
Say that instead of shrouded in innuendos.
Because that's
Because Buff is one big innuendo.
not what I meant. You want to know what I was actually talking about?
For the love of God, no.
But oh
Anyways.
god.
Iran, we took another boat.
Yes,
Oh,
but did
nice.
you miss that I fired upon and took 2?
Whose boats?
There was boat touching, and I was not aware of that.
Oh,
Oh shit.
Get on your dark glasses. It's going to be like looking at solar eclipse, but
Nice.
it is eclipse of a nation.
They weren't American or Israeli boats. Therefore, it was not a violation of the ceasefire.
Now you're
whatever.
arguing semantics. You can't really think that you're just going to protect your vessels and Israeli vessels, and everyone else is just going to be okay having to either pay Iranian tolls or get seized or shot up.
Then deploy your own boats, you fucking beans on a faggot. Oh, sorry. Smart college Ocilol never test buff. Yeah. But seriously, deploy your own fucking naval vessels and protect your own shipping boats. If you want your stuff to be delivered, deploy my tongue. Deploy your own shit.
Or then maybe you should send some forces to protect some things, because I'm going to take care of me and mine.
I can't believe you. That's extortion.
Protecting my own stuff while telling you to protect your own stuff is extortion? Shut up, you retard.
That's business.
That's a little screwed up, but also kind of funny.
That might be a dragon flying over Iran, dude.
Yeah, okay, stop pitching beans on falafel. Exactly.
That plane's done a lot of drugs.
That's the understatement of the fucking year.
True.
That's not delivery. It's not sponsored by a pizza company, so I'm not gonna say it.
Speaking of a pizza company, our next video will be about a pizza company, so don't worry, we will get there later.
Speaking of sponsors, this is sponsored by Erectile Dysfunction. Can you not get enough? Sounds like a problem, you fucking weirdo. Maybe you're gay.
You think for Pride Month we could get HLC to launch a shirt that just says, like, Canardian with a rainbow over top of it?
Oh, you lot.
Excellent choice, Apex. Yeah, this is what I wanted to react to the entire week, like.
This isn't even part of the news. You're just talking shit.
True.
I'm definitely tripping balls, but I can see your aura.
What?
Super gay.
Yeah. Remember, Ganards are gay. US military, don't touch our boats, HLC fans. Don't touch our buff. Last time I was disordered in Venezuela, I had the president. Los, and this is why I love HLC. Yeah, exactly. We all love HLC in here. Whew. Okay. Easy there. Okay, let's move on to the next video. Recording button hit. And finally, the video I wanted to react to for like a week or two. By the first electrician on his Fat Files channel. Most cancer pizza CEO, Little Caesars. Hot and ready. Truly a marine funded business. I saw in Fat Electrician shorts when he said that the Little Caesars is one big dick joke. And I want to see why it's like that. Let's go.
Into this company because
Why is it all on 10%? Never mind.
I started looking into this company because it was a staple in my childhood growing up poor, and I like cheap pizza, and boy did it take some unexpected turns.
Okay, I like that
Today we're
already.
talking about Little Caesars Pizza. Ladies and gentlemen, there's two types of people on the planet. There are people that like Little Caesars, and there's people that lack critical thinking skills. Little Caesars is not good pizza. Okay, nobody said it was. They said it was hot, ready, and it cost $5. Okay, nobody in their
$5? Excuse me, did I hear that right? Did I hear the word pizza for $5? Fucking, the cheapest medium pizza in a lot is like $15 or higher. Holy shit, do we have a Little Caesars in Israel? I want to see. Wait, where is fucking Rome? Wait. Is there a Little Caesars in Israel? Do not have public list. There are no Little Caesars in Israel. Fuck, man. I wish there was though, because a cheap pizza sounds very good. Yep, used to be $5 for a large pizza now. Now it's about $8. Steep, cheap as fuck though. It's cheap as as all fucks, man. Like the cheapest pizza I saw for a while, a large one in a lot over a year or two ago. It was a large pizza that was nearby my old place of living. It costed like $10 or $12 at the currency of the time. Like, and ever since then they raised the price of that pizza up to like, I don't know, $15 or even higher. Like, it used to be way cheaper. Now it's not as cheap as it was before. Just saying. But fucking hell, $8 right now for a large pizza. It's like $8. It's like 24 shekels in Israeli money. It's cheap as hell for a large size. Holy fuck.
right mind is walking into Little Caesars, seeing an entire case of already cooked pizzas that are hot, ready, and cost $5, and are thinking to themselves, wow, I bet that pizza is absolutely delicious, okay? And if you think that, guess what? I've got a dress shirt to sell you that I wore while I was drinking alcohol at the Pentagon, which is banned, by the way, which in hindsight's a horrible example because I actually did wear this shirt while I was drinking alcohol at the Pentagon.
Exactly, and I also like their taste as well, it's pretty decent. Oh, for Little Caesars, at this cheap of a price, like, for this cheap of a price, I don't expect it to taste excellent. But if it's decent enough, then it's a fucking You sold me. I'm sold. Yep.
Oh man.
It tastes so much better knowing how much paperwork went into getting
First one to finish a White Claw.
Suck it.
Also, in my defense, before it even
Sorry about that.
Suck it.
Also, in my defense, before it even gets brought up in the comment section, I did not get to choose the type of alcohol. Okay, I would have chose Busch Light all day and tomorrow. But when life gives you White Claws in the basement of the Pentagon, you chug them. That's my bad. Disregard. Anyways, the point I'm trying to get across to you is nobody's going to Little Caesars because they want really good pizza. Okay, Little Caesars is for mom that has been working 40 hours a week and is driving home and doesn't want to cook dinner, and then she sees a Little Caesars and is like, holy shit, I can feed myself, my husband, and my 2 kids for $6.99 by buying a pizza, crazy bread, and marinara sauce. Okay, and the craziest part about that everybody has to respect is the fact that Little Caesars pizza has been $5 since 1997. Okay, it is the Arizona tea of the pizza.
Honestly, at $5 or even at $8 today, this pizza looks great. It looks magnificent, man. Holy shit. Like, yesterday I had a pizza at a hotel. Like, my grandma and grandpa from mother's side, they were visiting us from Beersheba. Because I work vacation basically, Epsilon and shit. At the hotel, me and my dad were visiting them, and we ordered in the hotel an in-house pizza basically. It costed, I am not shitting you, around 20, no, it's not $20, about $15-17. At the same price that I can get at a proper pizza restaurant. And that thing was tasting like shit. I'm just telling you. It wasn't tasting like pizza at all. Like, how can you fuck up something that simple as a pizza when you have already literally dozens of examples in the city? Like, I have no idea how can you do that. And by the way, that pizza in the hotel, that was a medium-sized pizza. It wasn't even a large. It was not a large. 52 shekels for a medium-sized pizza. Like, 52 shekels, it's about like, it's $17-18. I mean, hell, Little Caesars has multiple types of pizza as well, lol. They even have pretzel crust. Damn. Like, this right here looks magnificent at $5. Like, the one that I tried in the hotel, that is near that is not far away from my home. The one that costed $17 in the hotel, it even looked like shit. Just telling you. It even looked terrible. It didn't even look as a proper pizza. This one though looks like an absolute, like, true pizza. Just saying.
The world. Whoever runs Little Caesars and Arizona Tea should be put in charge of the U.S. economy. And we're going to talk about how they managed to keep the prices that low right after a word from our sponsor.
Okay,
Yeah,
let's
babe,
see
what's up?
the transmission.
I need a boombox.
Okay, I can go get
Oh
some.
wait, I know that.
All right, I'll go get it now.
I know that one. This is a classic at this point.
In case when you click that
Let's
little box,
jump
it says,
to-
discount code down below.
To the crux of the crust, basically.
Let's get back to the video. All right, our story begins on July 20th, 1929, when a young Mike Ilitch is born, the son of 2 first-generation immigrants. Like pretty much
Okay.
everybody born at this point in time, he grows up and he ends up joining the military and he ends up becoming a United States Marine. Serves 4 years in the Marine Corps, comes back home, meets a young lady by the name of Marion, ends up marrying her. Then he ends
Nice.
up playing pro baseball for the Detroit Tigers, the New York Yankees, and the Washington Senators. Unfortunately,
Damn.
he ends up getting a knee injury and is forced into early retirement. At this point, that was like everything
That
he was
sucks.
banking on, and he just has to start taking whatever jobs he can find. He's working as a handyman. He's working as a door-to-door salesman for aluminum awnings, literally just doing whatever he can do to get by. So him and his wife end up saving up $10,000, and they want to use that money to start up their own pizza place. And that's exactly what they do. And whenever you start a new business, the first thing you do is come up with a name. And Mike wanted to call it Pizza Treat, and his wife chimes in, is like, no, I hate that name. I want to name the restaurant after my pet name for you, Little Caesar, which is weird because Mike is average height. He was 5'9". Caesar was only 5'7".
For the record, 5'9", it's like my height. It's... Yeah, I'm roughly 5'9", 5'10". Like, in metric, I am like around 175, plus minus. So yeah, it's pretty average, like up, even above average. Just saying. I can see the jokes on the wall.
And Mike is significantly taller than his wife, so I don't know why she would come up with the name Little Caesar. Wait, Little Caesar always depicted by stabbing his spear into a pie. Wait, pull up a picture of the Little Caesar. Holy shit.
That's a peanut.
Wait, was this a Marine Corps dick joke the entire time? I'm conflicted. On one hand, my childhood is ruined, but on the other hand, it's a multi-billion-dollar Marine Corps dick joke, which is just perfect. I wonder if Melinda Gates is who came up with the name Microsoft. Sorry, we're getting way off.
Lol, I'm the same height as you, Pixel. Oh, nice! Above average bodies. Above average bodies. Like, Nick is also the same height as us, by the way. He's like 5'10". So yeah. Above average to end. Microsoft. Damn it, Nick. Damn it. Oh, God bless the chubby electron guy. Even though he's not even chubby anymore. Whatever.
Track. Little Caesars was originally Little Caesars Pizza Treat, and it opened up in 1959, and
Nice.
the slogan was Pizza Pizza, which is the most Marine Corps slogan of all time. Just say whatever it is.
Wait,
And their
what?
slogan was Pizza Pizza, which is the most Marine Corps slogan of all time. Just say whatever it is twice. Except of course in Canada, Pizza Pizza was already trademarked, so they had to go with quality instead.
Nerd alert.
Nice. Damn. I moved to
Right out
myself
of the
a
gate,
little, by
their
the
first
way.
restaurant is a huge success, and they end up franchising and getting another location open within the first 3 years. Then they start
Damn.
opening up Little Caesars all over the country. It's a huge chain, and somewhere along this line, they end up ditching the original name of Little Caesars Pizza Treat and just shorten it to Little Caesar, which I'm never going to be able to say the same ever again now. Is this why the breadsticks are so thin? So business is going great. They start opening up restaurants all over the United States. They've even got some
Excuse me, what? Wait, what?
sticks are so thin. The same ever again now. Is this why the breadsticks are so thin? So business is
Breadsticks? Wait, breadstick? What the hell is a breadstick? Maybe it's something I already know, but... I never heard that terminology, breadstick. You... Fucking... Okay, now I get what's a breadstick. Okay, I got it.
going great. They start opening up restaurants all over the United States. They've even got some up there in Canada.
Oh my God.
They keep the company privately owned, so they get to make all the decisions. Everything's going great. They're making a
Nice.
ton of money, at which point Mike sets his sights on going and buying the favorite team that he played for when he was a professional baseball player,
Huh?
the Detroit Tigers. He wants to own the entire team, and he's got the money to do it. But in 1998, the CEO of Domino's, his direct competitor, bought the team out from underneath him.
Fuck.
Okay, this is a Marine. This is shots fired. This means absolute war. So what ends up happening is Mike still wants to own a sports team. So what he does instead is he ends up buying the Detroit Red Wings, the hockey team, and under his command, they do great, start winning a bunch of games.
Nice.
This is becoming so regular, we should just have Michigan Day at the White House when the Red Wings come.
The Tigers, on the other hand, are doing absolutely terrible under the ownership of the CEO of Domino's.
No shit, because Domino's is a big piece of shit. I tried a Domino's pizza once. It was tasting like fucking bubblegum, without the sweetness of a bubblegum. It tasted, no, even worse. It tasted like, the Domino's pizza tasted like, I don't even know how to describe it. As if the dough was, as if it was fucking gum. It wasn't like natural dough at all. Hey, I like Domino's, lol. I like eggs, Domino's, lol. I tried Domino's once. I did not like it at any way possible. And I'm saying that I tried Domino's after trying Papa John's pizza. Like, Papa John's, the absolute piece of shit pizza I have ever tried. And Domino's is still bad in comparison to that. Like, it's bad, just bad.
So he's forced to sell, and by 1992, Mike is able to buy the Detroit Tigers as well. And under his ownership, the Detroit Tigers start doing awesome as well. But Mike is not about to forget what the CEO of Domino's did.
I don't even think you really know what a bad day is.
So in 1993, right after he bought the Detroit Tigers, Mike launches the Big campaign for Little Caesars, which kicks off what is today known as the Pizza Wars. At this point,
Damn. I guess it could be that the recipes are different in Israel than they are in America. I have no idea, to be honest, but considering that Domino's has went bankrupt once and maybe I believe multiple times, I don't know, sorry, I am burping as hell. Since they have gone bankrupt once and they needed the fucking government to help them get back on their legs, I have big doubts that Domino's is good anywhere on earth. Just saying.
Point in time, there's 3 major pizza chain restaurants in the United States of America. You've got Little Caesars, Domino's, and Pizza Hut.
How does it make you feel? It doesn't matter how it makes you feel.
And Little Caesars comes up with a brilliant marketing
Speaking of Papa John's, by the way, yeah. Fuck Papa John's.
plan of what if we just sold big ass pizzas. So they had their big promotion where they just sold a massive pizza and said
Holy massive pizza, wait. All of that is pizza? Damn.
that it was bigger.
My guess on that is because the large numbers of people who keep kosher, so they would have to adjust things. I don't think Domino's is keeping kosher at all, like. I have no idea if Domino's are operating on kosher or not. But even then, most of our pizza, pizza places, they are keeping Shabbat. But they are closed on Pesach, I believe. And Domino's, I think Domino's is also closed on Pesach too. Ah, okay, like I said, I'm just guessing. We can guess all the time, but my opinion, it's just because Domino's is shit. My opinion, honestly.
Than all the other pizzas on the market. That went so well and they made so much money that they actually started to make more money than Domino's, at which point Pizza Hut fired back by launching their Sasquatch pizza. And then Domino's came in with their Dominator pizza. It was literally a nuclear arms race of the pizza world. It was the golden age of pizza fast food. Then in 1997, after the pizza wars subsided, Little Caesars needed to have their next big promotion, and what they went with was hot and ready. They decided to shift the entire direction of the company. They weren't going to focus on dine-in. They weren't going to have dine-in at all. They weren't going to deliver. It was going to be, you can walk in, pick up your pizza. Not only can you pick up the pizza, it's going to be there, it's going to be hot, and it's going to be ready. It's already done, and it's cheap as fuck. It's brilliant. It's cheap, it's fast, it's highly effective. You're a mom taking her kid to soccer practice, and you forgot, oh shit, it was my turn this week to bring the food to feed all the kids after soccer practice, and then you drive by, see a Little Caesars, and know that you can pick up 5 pizzas for like $30. The day is saved. And only focusing on pickup is actually part of the reason that the food is so cheap, because the buildings don't need to be that big. They can occupy these little tiny commercial areas because all they need is a kitchen and like a 3-foot wide area with a cash register for people to pay when they pick up their pizza. You're not wasting money on dining area, you're not wasting money on delivery drivers, and that's a big part of why they managed to keep the pizza price at $5. On top of that, they did everything as cheaply as possible. Their marinara sauce is literally from concentrate, so the employees just dump this can of concentrated tomato paste in and mix it with water, and that's what the sauce is. And then they use the cheapest cheese they could get their hands on. And then for the dough is actually the good part, because the dough is actually made fresh every single day, because buying pre-made dough was more expensive than just making dough in-house. So the dough is actually really fresh, and that's why the crazy breadsticks are so good.
Got all this large pie and the crazy bread and the sauce for $6.
Somehow they managed to keep the price of the
Isn't that the meme kind of the my day is what was the name of the meme? I am in complete disappointment and my day is ruined. Is that that meme guy? I always forget that meme.
The crazy bread and the sauce for for $6.
Somehow they managed to keep the price of the pizza $5 flat until 2022. It literally took a global pandemic
Damn.
that forced people to stay in their houses and not interact with people to get them to raise the price of their pizza. That's incredible. Okay, just
Holy
for the record,
shit.
gas prices alone went up 231% during that same time frame. We're not even going to talk about the housing market. And somehow
Damn.
these guys managed to keep the pizza at $5. And guess how much they were forced to raise the pizza price by in 2022? 55 cents. The pizza is now, to this day, still $5.55. And in exchange for the price increase,
Holy.
you got 33% more pepperoni on your pizza. Okay, and why does this happen? For the same exact reason that it happened with Arizona Tea. Okay, it is a privately owned company. They are not worried about getting more money for all of their shareholders. Once the owner has enough money to go out and buy all of his favorite sports teams, there's no reason to raise the price on the product, right? As long as he's still making money, he's happy. So that's exactly what he keeps doing. Okay, is Little
Nice.
Caesars cutting corners on the pizza? Yeah, it's their entire business model is to make the cheapest pizza possible, okay? But unlike most other companies, Little Caesars takes all that cost savings and passes it along to the customer, not giving it to their shareholders. Buh! I don't care if it's cheap, it still tastes like cardboard. Buh! You know what? Keyboard warriors would know exactly what cardboard tastes like, wouldn't you? I bet you could differentiate brands of Windows by the taste. And you know what? I'm willing to concede. Is Little Caesars the best pizza if I'm judging by taste? Absolutely not.
Nah.
But you know what? It still tastes better than Italian pizza.
Not great. It's not horrible. You're gonna get fat.
Buh! How can you
Yeah.
even say that? The Italians literally invented pizza, and that's how it's supposed to be. Italian pizza has to be the best by default. Buh!
No, it's fucking not, you idiot. No, it's fucking not. Like, let me give you an example that I can barely remember. Fucking graphics card, for example. I don't remember who invented the graphics card at all. I think that was like Wood or something. Like, whatever. And right now, who is dominating the market? Fucking Nvidia or AMD. Speaking of AMD, who came up with the CPU, with the processor for the PC? Fucking Intel. Is Intel the dominant force today? No, it's fucking AMD. Again. Yeah, sure, the Italians invented it, the Americans perfected it. Damn straight. Damn fucking straight.
A, no it doesn't. B, that doesn't even make sense, okay? You can say what you want about Little Caesars pizza, but at least they figured out how to spread the cheese evenly. Okay, Italian
Yeah.
pizza is literally like, what if I had bread?
Yeah, this is what Papa John's pizza looks like. Like, seriously, at least in a lot, this is what a Papa John's in a lot looks like. Like, there's a little more cheese than that, but even then, it still looks like shit.
With tomato paste all over it, and then I threw 4 giant cheese balls on top. Okay, no, why would you do that? I want the next bite of pizza to taste exactly like the last bite of pizza because pizza's fucking delicious. Okay, I don't
Yeah.
care if the Italians did it first. They did it wrong, okay? Just because something's first doesn't mean it's the best or the right way to do something, okay?
Exactly.
The Model T was the first mass manufactured car. That doesn't mean that the Model T is better than my F-150. But it gets better because not only did Mike
Exactly.
manage to keep the price of the pizzas low simply because he could afford to and he's a good guy, he also took a ton of the profits that he made because he was making so much money and did a bunch of philanthropy. He created the Little
What?
Caesars Love Kitchen, which was a mobile Little Caesars that they would drive into natural disaster areas and give out free food to people. He helped with veterans charities. He funded youth hockey leagues. In 1994, when Rosa Parks was attacked
Nice.
because she lived on the bad side of town, Mike heard about this and then got her into a nicer apartment on a nicer side of town and paid her rent for the rest of her life and never even told anybody. Dude didn't do it for PR, didn't do it for the good press, literally just did it because it was the right thing to do and nobody found out about it until he passed away. And when he did pass away in
Nice.
2017 at the age of 87 years old, his widow became one of the wealthiest women in the entire country. Okay, that's the American
Damn.
dream. Dude goes off, serves 4 years in the Marine Corps, comes back home, finds a beautiful girl, marries her, plays professional baseball, blows out his knee, dreams are ruined, doesn't give up on himself. Goes out, starts a business, makes so much fucking money that he buys the sports team he used to play for and a couple of other sports teams. Does it all without being greedy, cutting corners to screw over his customer. He cuts corners to save the customer money so even poor people can afford to buy their kids pizza. And then with all the extra money he makes, he does a bunch of charity work and then dies at 87 years old, leaving his widow a billionaire like a complete fucking gangster. And the cherry on top, the entire thing was based off of one big, elaborate, multi-billion-dollar dick joke, which is a title that only a Marine could achieve. This video is so unhinged, I don't even know how to end it. I guess just like, be like Mike, you know? Never give up on yourself, never compromise your morals to make more money. If you can do charity work along the way, that's great. And apparently making dick jokes works. Thanks for watching. Exactly. Best way to support the channel is go buy some merch over at thefatelectrician.com. Quack bang out.
Absolute
Somebody's
gangster.
going to take that advice too literal, and there's going to be a new pizza chain called Girth Brooks. I guarantee it.
Let's listen. Let's listen.
You'll never discover new oceans unless you have the courage to lose sight of the shore.
Absolute
Mike
man.
and Marion.
I mean, he's not wrong. Wait, about the about the advice. Yeah,
courage
he's not wrong.
to lose sight of the shore.
Damn it.
And discover new oceans. They kept pushing Detroit, and it had not been for them, I am saying Detroit would not be in the Renaissance that they're in now.
I just want to be remembered as a good father and somebody who
Oh,
loves
hello
you
there,
right.
purple chatter.
You know, I like to be remembered as for the people that know me as a decent guy.
This man is more just a nice guy. He's an absolute man of all men. Just I will do a standing ovation for him, like an absolute legend. Ugh. Let me get on Twitch. Okay, purple. No worries. The pizza is hot and ready. Is it any good? It's hot and it's ready. Take it and eat it. I'm starting to think this guy is more than an electrician. Nick is not just more than an electrician. Nick is an absolute madman. Okay, I'm in Twitch chat now. Oh, hello there, Purple. Welcome to Twitch. And I will get back. Wait. I will get back in a minute because I need to refill my water supply a little bit, and I need to take a pill against the whatever I have. Okay, I'll be back in a minute. Okay, I'm back. Apparently I caught a cold or something, which sucks absolutely. You should check out Justin Orwell's videos. Who the fuck is Justin Orwell's? Justin Orwell, a music artist. Why the hell do I want? Also help me. Why is 51 divisible by 17? What? Purple, what are you talking about? Wait, that is just a music artist and a graphic designer. It feels so wrong. Whatever. See if I care. Okay. Okay, let me shut off the music. And we are finally back to the reactions. And finally, Jack, are you still here? Because we are finally watching the history of the USS Enterprise. The big E. Not whore, but the big E. The big E lady. Holy shit, he is right. 17 times 3 is 51. Lol. That's fun. Wait, it really is. Why is it so wrong? Why is this having a 51 divisible by 17 so wrong? I know, like, why is it? Wait, what? I find no issue in that, to be honest. Whatever. The history of the USS Enterprise by Animarchy. Part 1, The Giant Wakes. 51 and 17 should not be related at all. Whatever, see if I care. I have, I will be honest with you, Jake. I have already watched the history of United States boat touching every time somebody was touching the United States boats. I was watching that on my free time today. And holy shit, the episodes with the USS Enterprise were one hell of a story. It's just weird as hell, it so was. I don't know, I don't find it weird, but on the other hand, I don't have anything in my head right now, so whatever. Anyways, I need to make a blacksmith black cat. Good to know. By the way, I'm recording this and it all goes to YouTube. For all my YouTube watchers, the Reblot watchers, I apparently caught a cold, so don't be surprised if I will have a sneezing fit or a coughing fit. Just saying in advance. Let's go and watch the video. Anime Anarchy. Ah, that was his early name? December 8th, 1941, Pearl Harbor, Hawaii. Wait. About which USS Enterprise we're talking about? The CV-6 aircraft carrier or the very first USS Enterprise? Just asking.
December 7th, 1941.
It's my first art commission, what? Ah, okay, got it.
A date which will live in infamy. The United States of America was suddenly and deliberately attacked by naval and air forces
give me a second,
of
check.
the Empire of Japan.
Holy shit.
The United States was at peace with that nation. And at the solicitation of Japan,
What?
was still in conversation with its government and its
Ah wait, is that Yamamoto? Okay, I will rate it now. Lots and numbers about the boat touching movie. I get watching that one, and we are talking about the carrier. Ah, so it's the part 1 out of the almost 6 hour long hyper movie. It's only about CV-6. Holy crap! So the history of all of Enterprise is even bigger than that. Okay. Holy history. And filled with terrible results. Yep. Holy fuck. Mommy Auntie!
Engage!
Holy shit. Just a carrier. Holy shit. I might want to play Azur Lane now. USS Enterprise. Part 1 The Giant Wakes. Okay.
Admiral Halsey, commander of Carrier Division 2, walked onto the bridge of his flagship, bearing an expression which many aboard the same ship now shared. It wasn't an expression of fear, nor an expression of anger. No. Now this expression was one of cold.
I honestly wish Animarchy kept... I don't know if Animarchy changed, tried to alter the colors of the videos, or maybe he found the colored version. But I wish he could find the black and white, the original versions of that footage, because with that recoloring it looks super weird, like holy shit.
Concentrated rage. Everyone hates Mondays. It is a rule of life.
In my case, it's not Mondays, it's Sundays, because because I'm in Israel. These are the colors of the video's stock standard, no alterations on his part. So he found the videos like that. Okay, no issue.
Everybody hates Mondays.
Mm-hmm.
The reality check of a relaxing peace being shattered by the necessity of labor.
Yeah.
But as Halsey gazed at the aftermath of the attack on Pearl Harbor, he was pretty damn sure that this had to be the Monday to end all Mondays.
Yeah.
The ship on which he stood, USS Enterprise, was the darling of the Pacific Fleet. She had been given one of the very first production radar systems in the US Navy.
Nice.
The CX-AM-1 air search radar.
In other words, the original color footages. Oh, okay.
And she had been the carrier used for the film Dive Bomber, a US Navy propaganda masterpiece starring the great Errol Flynn, as well as the pilots of her air group, that being VF and VB6. The Yorktown-class aircraft carrier, known by the name Big E, was a star of both the world's stage and the silver screen.
Yeah.
But no more. No, from now on, she was a warrior. An unsheathed sword. A bringer of righteous vengeance against those who dared to do her comrades or her countrymen harm. And Admiral Bill Halsey was definitely looking to do some harm of his own at this point.
Yeah, I watched Photo Electrician's video about Dusty Line, like the dive bomber ace, basically. And from that story, like, Admiral Halsey was depicted as an absolute, how do I say it? Like, Giga Chad, I think it's applicable, but he was just one of the boys, basically. Like, he was a cool man.
As Enterprise pulled into her berthing by the quay, the 1MC cried out its age-old cry of mooring! Mooring!
He was a menace and a Giga Chad, lol. Oh, yeah. Considering the history of the Enterprise, yeah, Halsey was definitely a Giga Chad.
While the ship's bell chimed. This was followed by orders from the bridge that all hands, literally everybody, was to assist in reprovisioning and refueling the ship. They were to sail as soon as it was completed. What was normally supposed to take a full 24 hours was going to have to be done in under 8.
Damn.
From officers to enlisted, cooks, pilots, everyone. Every single man sprinted to the storehouses alongside. Enterprise and her sisters were now the only capital ships that the US Navy had, as the ships which would normally sally forth to fight the enemy were now resting on the bottom of Pearl Harbor, with many of their crews trapped inside, screaming as the wreck burned and sank. However, the few ships in the Pacific Fleet which could still sail were quickly made ready for battle, and all men aboard them knew that they were going to do what they were trained to do. And, as the famous John Paul Jones said, they were going to go straight into harm's way.
And apparently in the future the F4 Phantom will say the same thing. Just saying.
But for Enterprise's air group, they were already in harm's way. On the previous day, December 7th, the day of the attack, Enterprise's air group had been the first to respond to the attack on Pearl Harbor. Their scouting squadron was ambushed by the Japanese as it came into land at Naval Air Station Ford Island. And so when intelligence came through that the Japanese fleet had been detected, it was Enterprise's air group that responded first. However, the line of bearing they were given was wrong, and they searched south of the Hawaiian Islands rather than north. In hindsight, this was probably a good thing, as had they succeeded in launching their attack, it would have been one air group of 30 or so planes versus the entirety of Japan's Kido Butai.
Damn.
Which would then also alert the Japanese to the US carriers being nearby, perhaps altering the course of history. Even so, they had taken casualties. The fighters of VF-6 returned to Pearl Harbor to land, only for the anti-aircraft defenses, who were understandably a tiny bit trigger-happy at this point, to open fire on them.
Yeah.
In total, on the first day of the war, the Enterprise Air Group had lost 10 aircraft and 8 aircrew.
Ow.
So,
Ouch.
to say some payback was desired would be the understatement of a century.
Of the
But
fucking
thankfully,
millennia.
They wouldn't have to wait long to get it. Once the stores were aboard, Admiral Halsey ordered Carrier Division 2 and her escorts to sea. Their mission was to patrol the surrounding area for a possible follow-up attack, or even worse, an invasion. If nothing else, it would get the fleet mobile and ready to fight, as opposed to sitting stationary and waiting to get hit again. It was a miracle that the Japanese hadn't hit the logistics facilities like the dry docks or the oil tank farms.
Really?
Had they launched a third wave against those, their chances of mounting any serious response would be as minuscule as the amount of mercy they would show to the first Japanese ship they found. Over the next 2 days, the pilots of Scouting 6 launched off of Enterprise's decks into the clear and sunny weather of the Pacific. It must have felt surreal to be at war in a place so beautifully peaceful. For the sailors and airmen of both Japan and the United States, the winter holidays were about to start. Americans turned their thoughts to Christmas with their families, as the snow had already begun to fall on the mainland.
I'm not really sure that after December 8th, like December 7th for 8th, I already forgot. I'm not sure if the American people were thinking about Christmas after the attack on Pearl Harbor. Just saying.
While the Japanese prepared for the New Year's celebrations, to honor their ancestors and pray for good luck in the year ahead at their local shrine. And yet both sides knew they wouldn't see home like that for a very long time.
True.
But they would have to push these thoughts out of their minds. There was work to be done. And no doubt, the pilot of the SBD Dauntless dive bomber on surface patrol was thinking that very same thought.
Yeah.
Lieutenant Clarence E. Dickinson.
Animark is right, the Japanese had planned a third wave, but Chuichi Nagamo cancelled it. On the what that was called, on the logistics facility and shit, the attack was planned on that, and they cancelled it. Thank God they cancelled that attack, because I bet the response would have been brutal as hell. Like, there was already plans for 2 suns on Japan. If they also ruined that one logistics facility, I bet they would have been at least 2 or 3 more suns in Japan suddenly.
Was scanning the surface with his binoculars while his gunner did the same. And they saw nothing. Sweet Foxtrot Alpha. They'd been in the air for over an hour now, and it was time to be heading back.
Okay.
One last sweep. One last scan, he kept thinking.
He was the commander of the fleet that attacked Pearl Harbor, but due to the range and lack of stores led him to retreat instead. Thank fucking God.
He cranked his SBD over into the search pattern and began his vigil again. His gunner shifted in the seat at the movement. The new kid probably had the jitters. Lieutenant Dickinson mused that to himself with a slight pang of grief.
Okay.
His longtime rear gunner, aviation machinist mate Bill Miller, had been killed the previous day when Scouting 6 got shot up by those Zeros.
Oh.
He had shot down the Zero attacking them, saving his pilot's life, but not before being wounded in the process.
Oh, fuck.
The SBD banked around in its wide circle to the north, and leveling off, both men kept looking. Again, nothing. Today's flight was looking like a wash. Dickinson's eyes scanned the instruments with a cold, dispassionate expression. The fuel gauge was looking decidedly unhealthy. It was then a voice came from the back. "Lieutenant, surface contact, 2 o'clock, 3 miles.
What? Oh, fuck.
His eyes shot to the 2 o'clock position, rolling the aircraft to ensure the wing didn't obscure his vision. And there it was.
Oh.
A small cigar
here you
shape in the
go.
water with a US destroyer bearing towards it. Got him. The aircraft flung itself into a tight bank and chased after the target. Earlier that same day, Ensign Perry L. Teef of Scouting 6 had found a Japanese fleet submarine and attacked it with inconclusive results. After conducting a search from its last known location, Dickinson and the US destroyer went looking for it and had had little luck thus far. However, the reason why it had managed to stray so far is that it was running fast on the surface, most likely unable to submerge due to the bomb attack from earlier. With their quarry now in sight, both aviators and sailors were hauling down the lone Japanese sub, eager for the kill. But no matter how fast a destroyer is, they aren't as fast as an SBD on an attack run. Leveling off at 5,000 feet for a textbook attack, Dickinson looked down at his target. The crew of the Japanese submarine I-70, who had been the mothership for one of the midget subs that had infiltrated Pearl Harbor, began hard evasive maneuvering, their anti-aircraft gun blazing furiously at the offending American. It wasn't going to be enough. Dickinson's SBD arched over into a dive, its signature butterfly flaps extending to steady his aim. The telescopic bomb sight reticule was fixed firmly over the submarine's conning tower.
What's with the
Down and down he went, his lips curling into a determined smile of satisfaction. He was waiting for his
Cheeky
moment.
devil.
And then it came.
What?
Now! The 500-pound
Come on,
bomb
go,
flung
go.
off the central trapeze system and hurtled straight down. Seeing the bomb's accuracy, 2 of the Japanese sailors manning the AA gun qualified for the Olympic long jump out of sheer desperation.
What?
The 3rd and 4th member of the gun crew would soon join them.
That's a side effect of a G-Forces autopilot. Okay, I already realized that, because just for a second I thought, oh my god, he's been shot at, or his body was being shot at. Just saying, I never experienced like extreme G-Forces, so I wouldn't know. I never even seen how G-Forces looks like.
Though it wouldn't be of their own volition.
Ah! What in the...
Dickinson's bomb impacted just to the right of the I-70's hull, inches away from the conning tower.
Nice.
The explosion ruptured the ship's ballast tanks and pierced the hull. The shot
What?
flung the remaining men above deck clear overboard, while the sea around the sub started filling with the telltale sign of a black smudge of leaking oil. Soon,
Are you telling me that this mad lad one-shotted us a Japanese submarine right now? Holy fuck.
there was a large wave of bubbles as the stricken sub slipped beneath the waves, air escaping from the doomed ship, forming one last large oil bubble on the surface. Soon after, debris and detritus started floating to the surface, along with pieces of the crew.
Damn.
Dickinson pulled out of the dive.
Yeah, that's exactly what he did, and he's not done with just a sub. You're telling me he did more in one day than just this one shot in a sub? Okay, I'm listening.
Surveyed his handiwork with a sense of professional satisfaction.
Yeah, I bet.
His rather youthful gunner, meanwhile, clapped and shook his fist. "Nice job, sir," came the cheerful voice from the back seat.
Yeah, I would have been cheering the same way as that young kid, because seeing as my senior just one shot in a submarine, I would have been just worshipping him at this point.
Acknowledging his gun.
Not in one day, but he does more, a lot more. Lol. Yeah, I can believe that, and I can also not believe that my camera just died right now. Give me a second. Fucking cables, man. Like, the issue is with just the cable, like, it's dying suddenly. Okay, we are back. Got a lot of tech stuff, yeah. True. Maybe I will even keep the cable the same way it is right now. Maybe I will not even change the cables, because cable stuff can be fun.
Gunner's exultation and wanting to signal the destroyer below them, Dickinson waggled his SPD's wings and headed back to Enterprise.
Nice. By the way, I wonder, did Animarchy ask somebody to do like a 3D animation of this little battle, one-day battle, or did he found it somewhere, or maybe it's in a game? Because damn, that was great to see.
Action as well as his dogfight against the Zeros over Pearl Harbor, Dickinson was awarded the Navy Cross.
He
the two airmen didn't know it at the time, but they had just made history by scoring the US Navy's first kill on a Japanese fleet vessel.
Nice. It's either that or it's from a simulation game. Huh, good to know.
Nor did they know how appropriate it would end up being that the first kill for the Americans would go to none other than the men of USS Enterprise.
Nice.
With this first victory under her belt, the Big E continued her patrol beat around Hawaii, while the rest of the US carriers, Saratoga and Lexington, attempted to relieve the now besieged Wake Island. But due to Soryu and Hiryu making their presence known...
Wait, let me... What's the names?
Wake Island. But due to Soryu and Hiryu making their presence...
Soryu and Hiryu? Shame that there was no smell you or eat you. Yeah.
It's known.
The joke ran its course. My tongue! The Fat Electrician does it a lot better than me.
As well as a large-scale surface force with an invasion fleet, there was little that the Americans could do. Lexington attacked Wake Island with her air group, but it was little more than harassment.
They smell you and taste you were fucking missing. Yeah, exactly. Taste you. That's what I wanted to say. Smell you and taste you were fucking missing. Exactly. And I also need... I'll be back in a minute. I need to go to the personal throne. I will not be able to hold the bubble for a long time. Be right back. In the meantime, music.
Flaking snow, silence grows, giant steps bearing the way, ancient footprints slipping long as night, expecting discovery, breathing cold, pulsing close, storms are pushing us to go. Reaching down below, dive deep into the space, across the stars, riding away to
Okay, I am back. Okay, music done. Aren't you glad I showed you Animarchy history epics? I knew about Animarchy history for a while before you, Jacob. But yeah, I'm still glad that you decided to show me the other videos. Like, I was already watching Animarchy's history videos about the terrible, absolutely terrible USSR fighter jets and their history. Holy fuck, the MiG-15, it's such an absolute shitpost, the MiG-15. Like, the joke from that video that I remember well to this day. Every copy of the MiG-15 is personalized. By the way, was I saying F-15 and not MiG-15 right now? Fucking MiG-15. Every copy of the MiG-15 is personalized. Oh, damn.
With US forces stretched so thinly, risking the carrier force was not an option. And so they pulled back to Pearl Harbor with Enterprise covering their retreat. Once all ships were rearmed and resupplied, they headed out once more to guard reinforcement convoys to American Samoa. But playing guard dog did not sit well with Admiral Halsey. He wanted to go out and hit the Japanese square in the face. And however way you cut it, sailing to Samoa is going the...
A great Soviet jet history series is great as hell. Yeah. Yes. As well use button to type. Okay, never mind.
Wrong way to do that. He needed to worry though, because
wait. Is that the island of Hawaii? Wait, the Hawaii is that far away from the US? Holy shit. I was thinking that Hawaii was a little closer to US. Okay. Found on something new today. And by the way, Hawaii is that fucking small? Really? I thought Hawaii was a little bit bigger. Okay, whatever.
The wrong way to do that. He needed to worry though, because Ernest King, Grand Admiral of the US Fleet, had appointed a new commander of Pacific Fleet.
Oh?
His name was Admiral Chester Nimitz.
Chesty!
And he was thinking the exact same thing Halsey was thinking.
Ah, yes.
They had to hit back. It had to be a hard hit too. And he had a pretty good idea of how. The question is, could they pull it off?
Alright. Doing a lot before little. Okay.
Enterprise finished its convoy duties and once again returned to Pearl Harbor for reassignment. Upon arrival, they were greeted with a wonderful sight.
Huh?
Sitting in the harbor at Carrier Point, north of Ford Island, was none other than her older sister, USS Yorktown.
Aww.
She was almost ready to sail, taking on arms and personnel, while Naval Air Station Ford was quite literally swarming with aircraft. It looked like the United States was finally getting into this war proper, as much as it could be expected right now anyway.
Nice.
Hornet wasn't present, but for some reason her berthing was frantic with activity. Something weird was going on. There seemed to be a large amount of equipment alongside the quay covered in tarpaulins. What was stranger than that, however, was the sight of army officers standing with them giving directions to the Navy guys.
What?
It was strange. A bizarre sight, to say the least.
What?
But time waits for no man. Once again, the resupply and rearmament dance began in earnest, as everyone got to the business of getting E into fighting shape once more. Meanwhile, Nimitz began his briefing on what their next move was. Admiral Halsey and Admiral Fletcher both viewed the charts in front of them with professional intent. The US Navy would not be in the position to do anything major for another few months, while all the reservists and mothball ships got brought back online. That said, despite the current disadvantage, the US economy was swinging into overdrive regards war production, and as such, new ships and crews were now well on the way. Say what you will about the Yanks, They have a lot of faults, but if there's one thing they can do, it's get into the arms business.
I got 7 like 11s, about 8, 38s, 9, 9, 10, 9, 10,
Nice.
never end.
God,
The time for a fight back at come.
Give me a second. Var is bad, but Vartech is red. Rad. Fucking. How do you say RID? Like, rad or red? But whatever, you got me. You got me.
The upcoming strike on the Japanese had 2 phases. The second phase was classified to high hell, so high that Nimitz couldn't tell his men about that part yet. But phase 1...
The P-29. Oh yes, that was so secret that nobody seen it until the fucking sun showed up a second time a day. And by the way, oh my, mamma mia.
So high that Nimitz couldn't tell his men about that part yet. But phase 1 was just as vital. After World War I, the Japanese had seized the German Pacific colonies throughout the Gilbert, Solomons, and Marianas. And in the initial phase of the Pacific War, the Japanese had taken Wake, Guam, and the Philippines.
Ouch.
Hitting these forward bases would put a dent in the enemy's pride, while posing minimal risk to the task force. It would also give their own crews some much-needed combat experience, as well as the satisfaction of some good old-fashioned payback. With provisioning complete and their orders in place, Yorktown and Enterprise, alongside their escorts, set out to launch the first of...
Oh, it's not the B-29. Those, really, it isn't? This one is the Dolittle Raid. Dolittle Raid? What? Apparently there's a lot of shit I don't know about. Okay, got it.
Offensive action the US Navy would take in World War II. They sailed with purpose across the Pacific until reaching their target area on January 31st, 1942. Tomorrow, the men of the USS Enterprise would head into a true battle for the first time. And they were more than ready. On February 1st, 1941, the complete air wings of both USS Yorktown and USS Enterprise took off and headed to their respective targets. Yorktown's pilots struck first, hitting the islands of Jaluit, Mili, and Macon.
Okay, the one we launched Army medium bombers off of a carrier to bomb Japan directly. Oh. Okay, that makes a lot of more sense. Okay.
Their attacks did considerable damage to the naval and air stations, while destroying 3 enemy aircraft on the ground. This is accomplished for the loss of only 7 aircraft, 4 Devastators and 3 SBDs. However, in keeping with her character, Enterprise descended upon her enemies like the wrath of a vengeful god. Big E had been given the tougher target, Kwajalein Atoll, along with the other 2 islands.
But Kwajalein, oh, here it is. Kwajalein Atoll, and I'll be honest, I do not understand water topography. It will be pointless for me to try to understand anything.
Watjay and Tarawa. Kwajalein was the biggest base due to be hit on this operation, and sitting at anchor alongside the port facility was a small contingent of Japanese warships. Torpedo 6 needed absolutely no invitation. The Devastators immediately commenced an attack, while the SBDs of Bombing and Scouting 6 went after the shore installations and airfields. The Japanese were caught completely by surprise, and as if to make their point even clearer, the US escort force, comprised of cruisers and destroyers, got in close and laid waste to the islands with their main guns. A veritable hailstorm of bombs and HE descended upon the defenders as Admiral Halsey's men got to work. 3 Japanese ships were sunk, while 6 were heavily damaged, including the Japanese light cruiser Katori, while 15 aircraft were destroyed on the ground or on takeoff. The bases, meanwhile, were trashed, and the port facilities ablaze. But unfortunately, they weren't knocked out completely. Which, of course, the Americans would soon discover. With the mission successfully completed,
I was just about to do
Enterprise
what
recovered her...
Yeah, I got the head towards you. Yeah, fucking view-botting. We're not view-botting here, we are view-cheating. A little bit different.
Air group while the surface raiders rejoined the task force. This done, they set course east back to Pearl Harbor to replenish their fuel and ammo stores. But the Japanese had other plans. and would not let them go quietly. A formation of G-3M Rico bombers had launched from Kwajalein. Having survived the American attack somehow, they were now seeking a little bit of retribution, and upon seeing Enterprise, their formation adjusted course for an attack. The anti-aircraft screen immediately opened fire while the ships performed evasive maneuvers. The bombers released their payloads with deadly precision. However, the seamanship of Enterprise's...
It's not cheating, it's strategic circumventing, lol. Also true.
helmsman proved superior, dodging the entire fusillade of oncoming bombs. But of course that would turn out not to be enough. One of the G-3Ms took a direct hit to one of their engines, which was now burning furiously. Now, given Japanese aircraft construction, that being one lacking self-sealing fuel tanks, they were essentially origami aircraft, and hence once aflame, the airframe has apparently, well, only a few minutes to live. With this knowledge, the crew initiated a kamikaze attack directly aimed at Enterprise. Through the AA he came, bucking with every hit. This aircraft was being torn to shreds, but he kept on coming. Enter aviation machinist mate first class, Bruno Gaido.
An absolute mad lad, by the way.
Seeing the attack incoming, he sprinted back to his SBD, now sitting on the flight deck being rearmed, and with complete disregard to his own safety, he manned the rear gun of his aircraft and engaged the Japanese bomber, nearly emptying his entire remaining ammo store. His aim was true and it was deadly. The wing came off and then the G-3M slowly disintegrated, dropping short of the aircraft carrier itself. But it was so close that the disintegrating wing of the bomber cut off the SBD's tail as it crashed.
Damn.
As soon as Bruno got out of the aircraft in front of his disbelieving comrades, he was summoned to the bridge where Admiral Halsey, being the man that he was, promoted Bruno 2 ranks on the spot. And so, the men of USS Enterprise returned to base victorious, with a heroic story to tell. They were going to rearm and reprovision, getting ready for the fights ahead. When they arrived to Pearl Harbor, it was to a hero's welcome. US press had made a big deal of this mission. We all know how the American press likes to drum shit up, and thankfully, this time they were doing it to positive results.
Finally.
This was their first strike on the road to victory, so it was painted. The first of many, it was hoped. But the crews of Yorktown and Enterprise were a bit concerned at the fact that their little sister Hornet still wasn't in port.
Holy beauty. But that's the Hornet in Azur Lane? My oh my. Big E has some beautiful sisters, just saying.
No matter though, Enterprise always has a mission, and so yet again, they headed out as the lead ship in Task Force 16, attacking the airfields on both Wake Island and Marcus Island to keep the pressure on the Japanese, while keeping US ships out of direct confrontation to preserve them.
Yep, look up Yorktown. Okay, I'm looking it up right now. Okay, let's see. The Yorktown in Azur Lane. Okay, let me see. Okay, that's Yorktown too now. I need the OG Yorktown. She looks... Oh, she looks beautiful. Huh? Give me a second. Okay, here it is. Oh, she looks so pretty. Oh, what a gorgeous carrier. That's a wife right here, just a wife. Oh, and of course with an eagle. She has the older caring sister beauty. So true, absolutely true.
Their strength. This was wise, as unbeknownst to them, Kido Butai had detached 2 of its carriers to pursue them in the wake of the Marshal Gilbert's raids. The trade-off is, of course, that the raids themselves did no critical damage to the Japanese war effort in any way. And while conserving strength was vitally important, it really...
I love that here, for some reason, the cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki pointed here. Just no reason, just no relation to our current history, right? Yeah.
Really was time to do some actual prop.
And they are Akagi and Kaka. Are these two? Oh, I think this is Akagi, right? The red one. Akagi the red one, Kaka the blue one. And they are both sisters. Okay.
Was vitally important. It really was time to do some actual proper damage. Otherwise, the Japanese would just retain the initiative. It was then that Enterprise was ordered to a rendezvous point just outside the Hawaiian island chain.
Yeah, red is Akagi and blue one is Kaka. Spot on. Thank God.
Through the early spring rains, Enterprise cruised to her rendezvous point, and very soon she arrived on station. And as they linked up with the reinforcing task force, the sailors and airmen aboard could not believe their eyes.
Huh?
Their sister ship Hornet, their little sister, pulled into formation alongside, her decks filled with twin-engined B-25 bombers.
Oh my!
All while Yorktown and Enterprise had been raising hell in the Pacific and kicking up a ruckus, Hornet had gone all the way to Norfolk, Virginia, and then all the way back to Alameda, California.
Wait, what? Coast to coast, really? Holy traveling!
Pick up a full squadron of US Army Air Force bombers and their crews, as well as their larger-than-life commander, Colonel James Jimmy Doolittle. Disbelief really was the only appropriate reaction to this plan. And for once, it's not because Hornet actually voluntarily sailed to Virginia and California, as I don't know why anyone would go to either of those places.
Exactly, California is... I said it once and I will say it again. I said it many times. I will never recognize California as a US state.
As I was saying, that would be a valid cause for assumptions of insanity. The B-25 was an excellent aircraft, sturdy, reliable, and carrying a decent payload. She would go through many variations across her service life, stretching from medium-range strategic bomber, interdiction bomber, tactical bomber, close air support gunship, and even a form of proto-A-10 with a massive fuck-off 75mm anti-tank gun mounted in the place of the bombardier.
And most of that is thanks to one madman car mechanic father by the name of Papi. Especially now, it's become California. Right alongside my chunk. Right alongside Commie York.
But as you can imagine, with all that modularity and capability, one must reach the ultimate conclusion. This thing is heavy.
Very.
Too heavy to get off the deck of a carrier. Enterprise's aviators looked at this with derisive skepticism, and it was perfectly due derisive.
Exactly, that's a good one.
It was tough enough getting their SBDs and Wildcats off the deck. Many a young aviator had met their end by failing to reach takeoff speed due to the boat going too slow, and them not paying attention.
He did not get a chance to get out of the plane. Oh, fuck.
How these madmen were going to take off was anyone's guess.
Probably they were not going to take off the ship.
But Doolittle had been doing what he was famous for. Thinking on his feet and flying by his ass. Earlier in January, while Enterprise had been tearing around the Japanese perimeter defenses, a naval officer by the name of Francis Lowe approached Fleet Admiral Ernest King with the concept that Army medium bombers could launch a long-range strike on Japan from the Navy's fleet carriers.
What?
He was promptly told that he was insane and that it was in turn an insane idea and had absolutely no hope of working.
Are you out of your Vulcan mind? This is exactly what I'm thinking right now. How the fuck are you going to launch a medium-sized bomber out of an aircraft carrier? Like, but I'm pretty sure they didn't invent any like those catapults at the time, right?
And he should go dunk his head in a bucket of cold water. But there was pressure from on high, namely the White House. Not to mention the public were kicking up a storm and...
The insane part that it is worked? Okay, continue, I want to listen.
Strong counterattack. Basically, they needed a win. And they needed a big win. And so, the mission was given the go-ahead. Doolittle, who was America's best test pilot at the time, proved the concept of getting the B-25 off the deck of a carrier in theory by launching from a naval air station runway marked with a carrier's deck length, namely Chambers Field in Norfolk, Virginia.
Okay.
However, as it stood, the B-25 did not have the range to hit Japan and then return to friendly territory unless the carriers got suicidally close to the target. And even then, they probably wouldn't be able to get off the deck with a full load of bombs on board. To resolve this, the Americans went to, quite frankly, insane lengths. They fitted a collapsible bladder fuel tank in any spare space they could fit one, literally all throughout the damn thing, along with some spare jerry cans for use in a pinch. They also resolved to carry only 4 500-pound bombs, 3 high explosive and 1 incendiary bundle, and these were specially constructed bombs with the goal of saving weight.
Okay.
Although there was a little bit of excess weight on those bombs, as they had attached Japanese peace medals offered to American servicemen as a symbol of goodwill.
What?
They were going to be returned in customary American fashion.
Okay, that's one hell of an American fashion.
Finally, they tore
and of course it's so loud I was about to scream my ears!
Everything out of the aircraft that was able to be removed, including the defensive guns and ammo. The only guns they kept were the nose gun for strafing the target and the top turret, as that had 360-degree traverse and was the most effective gun for minimal weight. The rear and waist guns were replaced with broomsticks painted black to look like guns in the hopes that it would scare Zeros off.
Seriously?
The weight reduction was actually so extreme that even the bomb sights were replaced with lightweight basic aimers designed by one of the crew members.
Yep, typical American fashion is right.
As they were going in so low that precision bombing equipment was unnecessary. Now, despite what Michael Bay would have you believe, the Army Air Corps did not transfer their Hawaiian-based fighter pilots, which for some reason included a commissioned RAF officer, to a Special Forces unit under Doolittle's sole command. Rather, they selected the best crews from the 17th Bombardment Group, who had been the first group to receive the B-25 in operational strength. Funny thing that, instead of sending a bunch of P-40 jocks with no hours on twin engine, or any serious IFR training for long distance over water or at night, they sent, funnily enough, bomber pilots. The guys with the most experience on the airframe, led by America's best test pilot.
Okay.
It's incredible how that works. Quite frankly, to break character for a sec, this is the only part of that movie I really got irritated by. All of it was perfectly good, if a bit cheesy with Hollywood bullshit dialogue up to that point. And the flying sequences were awesome. But this is when they jumped the shark. It was completely ridiculous. That said, it was nice that the Blue Ghost, USS Lexington, CV-16, got a cameo as USS Hornet. Anyway, back to business. With the planes ready and the pilots chosen, they loaded aboard Hornet in Alameda, California, and sailed to meet Enterprise and her task force. Their targets were Tokyo, Yokohama, Kobe, and Nagoya. Once their bombs were safely delivered to their intended destination, the raiders were to haul ass to nationalist China as fast and as low as they could go, with the hope that maybe, just maybe, they'll get away with it. And so Enterprise and her now very heavily armed little sister sallied forth into Japanese territorial waters, deep behind enemy lines. Enterprise's air group was providing both scouting and the fighter cap for the mission, as Hornet's flight deck was filled with her precious cargo, and therefore unusable. The mission went completely without a hitch. Everything was going to plan, and it was fully on schedule. Until on the 18th of April, with the task force still en route to their launch point, located 500 miles from Japan, the Americans were spotted by the Japanese picket ship Nitomaru.
Oh, fuck.
Who immediately radioed Japanese fleet headquarters with an attack warning. It was the only action they would manage, as very soon after, USS Nashville literally immolated her with point-blank gunfire, picking up only 5 survivors from the water.
Jeez.
The Americans knew their cover was blown at this point, and after checking their charts, Doolittle and Hornet's captain realized that they were 200 miles further out from their launch point than they were supposed to be. They had a choice. Attempt to close in on Japan according to their original plan, running the risk of losing their task force to ensure the survival of the raiders. This was a possible option. It was going to take some time for the Japanese to get a force ready to attack. However, that's operating on the assumption that they were in port under resupply or refit. If Kido Butai is at sea, they could very well turn around and attack within 24 hours, resulting in the loss of 2/3 of the US Navy's combat power in a single battle. The other option was, of course, to launch immediately, on what would most likely be a one-way trip for most of the raiders. Doolittle didn't hesitate for a single second. They were going to launch and take their chances. It was better to risk a handful of bombers rather than the US's most important operational assets, and it was this decision that he relayed to his pilots. However, they hadn't signed up for a suicide mission, which was now what this was most likely going to be. They had a choice. They could go, or they could step out. They could not be ordered to do what they were now asked to do.
Thank God.
Every single man stepped forward. USS Hornet turned into the wind, going at flank speed. The engines were going so hard, the prop shafts would probably shake the screws if it kept going for very long. Doolittle had his brakes hard down, and he had pushed the balls all the way to the wall. He was waiting for the signal to launch. He would get it a second later, as the shooter dropped to the deck with his flag outstretched. The brakes came off, and away he went. Enterprise's crew, on their flight deck, watched dumbfounded as this fat, heavy, plainly ridiculous army bomber somehow lurched into the air off of Hornet's deck. Doolittle was immediately followed by the other B-25s, bearing names like Whiskey Pete, Bat Outta Hell, Whirling Dervish, and the Avenger.
Nice names.
And to the rapturous cheers of all present, every single one of the bombers made it safely into the air. By midday on April 18th, the B-25 formation came sweeping in over Tokyo Bay at 1,500 feet, which, for a bomber formation, is practically on the deck, given terrain, bomb arming distance, and enemy defenses. The Japanese populace, meanwhile, treated it as just another air raid drill, and no serious alarm went out. The sirens rang and everyone just carried on with their day. What finally got them moving was the sudden barking of anti-aircraft guns. Rolling in over their targets, the Americans released their bomb loads, and miraculously, all of the raiders hit their intended targets except 2. One of them had to jettison their bombs due to their defensive armament failing while under attack from Japanese fighters. The other didn't hit their target because they had spotted a better one. The unfinished aircraft carrier Ryuho was sitting in dry dock and they saw it.
Mine.
They seriously damaged her, blowing her to bits, delaying its launching by 6 months.
That's good. Like I said, the insane part that this plan actually worked. Yeah, this is insane. That's the insane part. Just absolutely. To those people overall.
With their mission complete, they continued on their exfil route to China. However, not all of them would make it.
What?
One crew landed in Vladivostok, and as the USSR was technically neutral in the Pacific War, the crew was interned.
Oh, fuck.
Thankfully, the NKVD, the forerunners to the KGB, helped them escape from the... Hey.
What?
Hey, what are you doing? Hey! Get your hands off! Get you! I'm on your side! Have you seen my hat? Get your hands! Get your fucking... Get off!
Jesus. I got fucking scared for a minute. What the hell was that?
The camp guards were bribed by filthy capitalist pilots, and through their lying capitalist scumbag means, they got all the way across the Soviet Union and into the British embassy in Iran with absolutely no help from the Soviet state or any agency of her government. There was no Soviet involvement in escape of American prisoners. Never. Full stop. The rest of the raiders got away cleanly to China. But
I love this bit. You love this bit? Okay, that bit was great indeed. What the hell was that?
Due to their mission being compromised, Admiral Halsey wasn't able to transmit the raid signal to Allied airfields in China, so they could set up beacons to help guide the bombers into land. As such, all the aircraft had to be abandoned. This, sadly, resulted in the capture of 8 of the raiders by the Japanese, who promptly beheaded the 3 most senior men, while imprisoning and torturing the remaining 5. Another 3 men were killed in action, while the remaining raiders escaped safely into nationalist China. Given they had lost all of their aircraft and a good number of his men were either captured or killed, Doolittle considered his mission to be most likely a failure. However, in actuality, it was an incredible success.
I kept quiet about it so as to let you experience it naturally, lol. And thank you, Jake, thank you. That was one hell of a funny skit.
The damage done to the Japanese in a material sense had been minimal, but the boost to US morale and fighting spirit was immense. However, even more a key factor was Japan's response, which was...
Oh no, you fucking didn't.
What?
Yep. Although, unfortunately, I wish I could keep the humorous tone going, but I'm gonna have to get serious for a second.
Oh, okay.
After the Doolittle raid was completed, the Japanese decided they were going to take measures. The first order of business for the Japanese was the aforementioned execution of the senior prisoners of war. However, as...
Now you see his head, lol. Yeah, I saw it.
Retribution for the attack on their homeland, they considered the Chinese people complicit in the raid for harboring the escapees, and as such, accessories to what they considered the murder of Japanese civilians.
Oh no, don't tell me.
10,000 Chinese civilians were killed during the search for the escaped US airmen. And later another 100,000 were killed in reprisal after it was confirmed that the prisoners of war they had were the only prisoners they were going to get. But they didn't stop there. Upon confirming that Doolittle had escaped and witnessing the resurgence of American morale as a result of his daring mission, the Japanese deployed an experimental warfare unit designated Unit 731 from the Kwantung Army, who, on the orders of the Japanese High Command and most likely with the full knowledge of the civilian government, deployed biological weapons against the Chinese people, including weaponized variants of typhoid, cholera, and most barbaric of all, the bubonic plague. This made Japan the first nation-state in World War II to use weapons of mass destruction, including chemical and biological weapons, resulting in the deaths of between 250,000 and 500,000 innocent men, women, and children. But given the rural and underdeveloped nature of China at the time, the data would be incomplete, and so the count was most likely much higher.
Much higher, completely. I watched a few documentaries about Unit 731 and oh my god, it's an absolute just horror of a unit. Like, I have no idea what to say about it.
At minimum, at least, it was confirmed 360,000 people were murdered in cold blood.
Jesus.
Which, in case you're counting, is 150,000 more people than would be killed in the atomic bombings in 1945.
In both of them, right? Or only in Hiroshima?
And all of that...
Let's just say they were demons in human skins. Absolutely right, Jake. Absolutely right. Fuck. Let's continue.
As a result of nuisance raids that killed 50 Japanese citizens, most of them being workers in arms manufactories. In any case, this, while a tragic and, to be quite frank, obscenely evil event, was not the most important result of the Doolittle raid. The most important result was that the Japanese Navy had been dishonored.
So they are now have been dishonored. Let me guess, they're about to go and commit a mass seppuku? Hopefully these monsters will do that, because the less of them, the better for us.
Emperor's Palace had very nearly been bombed with the imperial family inside, and it was they who were primarily responsible for defending it against attack. Admiral Yamamoto and the Japanese naval staff had originally intended to have a defensive perimeter established to prevent any such attacks from being possible. However, it was evident that the current defenses were not up to the task, and as such a new defensive line must be formed, along with the neutralization of Hawaii. But most importantly of all, the American aircraft carriers had to be drawn to battle and utterly annihilated. Only then could the honor of the Navy be restored and Japan's safety assured.
Good luck with fucking that.
It was decided that once their campaign...
That's the fucking noise from the video, for fuck's sake. I was just hearing this high-pitched noise. I was thinking it's like from my phone or something. No, it's fucking from the video. What the hell, man?
In the South Pacific came to an end. All of Japan...
It sounded like fucking tinnitus ramping up to 12.
Japan's naval might would be brought to bear for the Kantai Kessen. The decisive battle. And as US codebreakers listened intently, the same name kept cropping up. Target AF. Something part of a larger operation. An operation codenamed MI. We, of course, know it by its real name.
Wait, I don't... Midway! I was thinking about... I thought about Midway of the first thing, but... Okay, now I get it.
As Enterprise and Hornet exited Japanese waters on their way back to Pearl Harbor, their crews had no idea the shitstorm they had just caused. The Imperial Japanese Navy was apoplectic and running rampant to hit back as soon as possible. Admiral Yamamoto was planning Operation MI and getting ready to force the Americans to battle. However, the next major battle would not involve Kido Butai or Enterprise. It would instead be a clash of the old hands versus the rookies. USS Yorktown and USS Lexington were covering Allied forces in the South Pacific against further operations by the Japanese in New Guinea. The Japanese army had occupied the northern half of the island during their opening phase of the war. However, they had run headlong into the Anzacs. And given that it was Erwin Rommel who said, "I would use Australians to invade hell and New Zealanders to hold it," you can probably guess how well that was going for them.
Okay.
For the record, yes, I am damn fucking patriotic about these men.
No wonder.
Given that us Aussies were doing our specialty in war, that being a royal pain in the arse despite our limited numbers, the Japanese High Command had resolved in early April to build a task force to invade Port Moresby, which was the primary supply port and headquarters area for Australian forces operating in the region. Kido Butai had struck Darwin as well as other key targets in the area before being recalled to Japan, and so holding this position was vital. With Midway coming up, however, the Imperial Japanese Navy did not want to take too long with this operation, especially in the wake of the Doolittle raid. As such, they ordered Carrier Division 5, Shokaku and Zuikaku, their fastest and most modern carriers, to lead the
how
task force
beautiful
on
of them.
Operation MO,
They both are beauties.
the invasion of Port Moresby, and the conquest of New Guinea. If this mission is successful, the more modern carriers could use their extra speed and sail back at flank speed to Japanese waters to rejoin Kido Butai for the showdown with the American fleet. With their orders clear and their invasion force assembled, the Japanese set off. However, as we have established before, the Office of Naval Signal Intelligence was also listening to Japanese communications. And
The temptation to play Lane is getting stronger, isn't it? It does. It does. It's like the voice of the goblin. Just play it. Play it, come on. Lose yourself to the pleasure.
And having picked up the order of battle as well as the assembly of an invasion fleet, Nimitz and his team deduced that Port Moresby was their most likely target, given that the intel specifically indicated a South Pacific objective. To that end, all US carriers able to sortie were given orders to do so, including Enterprise and Hornet, who immediately set sail at top speed. But before they could arrive, battle commenced. The Japanese had planned a double assault on both the Solomon Islands and New Guinea itself, and on the 3rd of May a Japanese invasion force landed on the island of Tulagi. They were met by an Australian garrison who gave the Japanese a serious bloody nose, but with 2 fleet carriers and superior numbers, they had no chance of victory.
I enjoyed myself, so I can recommend it, but also warning about the standard gacha warnings. Yep. Yep. I know it's a gacha. Don't worry, I will be careful.
But in launching this attack, the Japanese had directly signaled exactly where they were. And in the coming days, this was confirmed by recon assets from the US Navy, the United States Army Air Force, and the Royal Australian Air Force. And so, to the absolute disbelief of the senior officers aboard the Japanese carriers, the Americans made their presence known in the American style.
Hi, welcome to Chile.
How beautiful and how loud is it?
What followed
Very.
was a battle of brutal intensity. It had all the dimensions of a particularly nasty sword duel. Move and counter-move, thrust and riposte. As I'm not covering one of the participants,
My tinnitus after this video will be so fucking strong this night. Holy shit.
I won't go into too fine a detail here. But it has to be said that if one phrase was to describe it, the best choice of words would be a slugfest.
Jesus.
From the 7th of May to the 9th, both task forces hammered each other with a series of successive blows. The Americans obliterated the light carrier Shoho with a ferocious coordinated attack from both SPDs and Devastators, while the Japanese air groups savaged the USS Lexington, rendering her dead in the water.
Japan. Okay, we are gonna invade America. Hey, welcome to Chilis. We're here to bump your shit in.
In reprisal, the Americans launched an all-out assault on Shokaku, who suffered terrible damage when 2 1,000-pound bombs tore open her forecastle and her flight deck, thus preventing flight operations. Enraged at this development, Zuikaku and her aviators launched a ferocious attack on USS Yorktown. One bomb penetrated her flight deck right into the bows of the ship, causing critical damage, while as many as 12 near misses ruptured her hull below the waterline. However, the Japanese paid a high price as Zuikaku's air group was savaged, having to run through the entirety of both Lexington and Yorktown's combat air patrols, as well as the SBDs, who had finished their bomb runs and were now playing interceptor as they couldn't land while their ships were under attack. They were also, I can imagine, kind of mad.
Yeah.
By the end of the battle, both sides had either run out of young men to sacrifice or couldn't launch aircraft at all. The Japanese had lost Shoho completely, while both Zuikaku and Shokaku had been critically damaged, one of them with her air group destroyed, the other unable to launch due to damages to her deck. The Americans, meanwhile, watched on helplessly as USS Lexington burned until eventually she exploded, sinking into the abyss. While USS Yorktown limped away from the scene of devastation, hanging on through the sheer grit and determination of her damage control teams. which were aided by the survivors of USS Lexington, who miraculously were almost to the full ship's company. Everyone had made it just about.
Okay. 07 to Lexington, yeah. Just state innovation to Lexington.
All in all, the US lost more ships in this battle, as well as the loss of a capital ship. It was a costly tactical defeat. Enterprise and Hornet could not reach the area in time to prevent it. That said, it was an operational and strategic victory for the United States. Port Moresby was secure from invasion, and Kido Butai would not have access to its two most powerful aircraft carriers. The Japanese force on New Guinea would be forced to fight head-to-head over land against the Australian defenders. This would result in the disastrous Kokoda Trail campaign and the Battle of Milne Bay, where the Japanese suffered their first defeat on land at the hands of the Royal Australian Air Force and the Australian Army.
Nice.
However, at the time, this battle felt like what in reality it was. A draw.
Yeah.
Worse still, the crew of USS Enterprise and Hornet arrived at the scene to find their big sister in a horrific state. While of Lexington, there was no sign. The threat of invasion was still a real possibility, and with this in mind, Enterprise and Hornet took up defensive positions in case of another assault. Washington and the Department of the Navy were convinced that Japanese honor would not allow for a slight like this, and that another attempt on Port Moresby was likely. Other potential options could be an assault down the Solomons Island chain, with an attempt at taking American Samoa, thereby isolating Australia and cutting the Americans off from their main staging base for future operations in the South Pacific. The guys at ONSI, meanwhile, thought that the target was most likely to be a critical installation in the Eastern Pacific.
ONSI? Wait, is that their intelligence before the CIA?
Which the US Navy would be forced to defend. This was strongly championed by an intelligence officer by the name of Edwin Layton, who was respected and trusted by both the former commander of Pac Fleet, Admiral Kimmel, and its current commander, Admiral Nimitz. However, they weren't sure which base...
Office of Naval Intel specifically. Ah, okay.
...the Japanese were going to attack, and until they had that information, Enterprise and Hornet were to stay where they were. Yeah, look, that's not going to happen. We got to remember, Admiral Halsey is in charge of this formation. And Admiral Halsey's orders stated that they could change their area of operations if they were spotted by the Japanese. And given that Halsey concurred with Nimitz that the target for the next Japanese attack was in the Eastern Pacific, he immediately went and found a Japanese surface picket and attacked it.
I think of it like the real version of Oni from Halo. Wait, Oni? Wait, from which Halo is it? God, I am so stupid in Halo lore. Sorry.
Can you imagine that radio call? Oh no, they've spotted us. I guess we better leave.
Yeah.
I'm heading back to Pearl, taking Hornet with me. Goodbye!
Yeah, as if that's gonna happen with Halsey. Okay, I don't know what's gonna happen, honestly. My mind is empty. My brain is empty. There is nothing but goo in here.
At the same time those shenanigans were happening, ONSI hatched a plot for some shenanigans of their own. They sent a coded message to the men at the station they thought was the target. Soon the Japanese reported that Target AF broadcasted in the clear that their water purification plant had broken down. The signals team at Midway Island were slightly confused as to why they were asked to make that transmission by the Intel weenies.
Yeah. Halo in general, the organization responsible for the creation of the Spartans in Halo. Oh, okay.
That is until a few days later when they suddenly got a wave of transfer reports and shipping manifests. It seemed that the entirety of both the Navy and the Army Air Corps were being deployed to Midway all of a sudden. And it wouldn't take a genius to work out why. This was, in the words of science fiction's greatest admiral, it's a trap! Come on, guys. It's the same battle. We use the same joke. Right?
Right?
Anyway. The ONSI, if you will permit a vulgar expression, had Yamamoto by the balls.
Ouch!
Literally. Almost. Or at least they would later. Hypo, The intelligence team, based at Pearl, was decrypting pretty much everything coming their way. And what they were getting was intelligence gold. In a habit that would eventually lead to his death, Admiral Yamamoto was a stickler for regulation, procedure, and above all, planning. He
used the joke in his Akaki video. Right, because the Akaki was part of the Midway shit. Yep, got it.
Scrupulous in detail, and hence everything had to be done to his...
No, I was thinking for some reason, like, a joke from the, like, Star Wars. Like, the same shit happened in Star Wars. Like, this is what I was thinking. So, never mind.
Exact specification. The reason this got him killed is because he had a habit of transmitting his itinerary on inspection tours, which of course got decoded by Hypo, which in turn the US Army Air Force used to hunt him down and kill him with the aid of Charles Lindbergh and a squadron of P-38.
Jeez. That audio out of nowhere scared me so badly. Jeez. Why is it so loud, man? Oh my god. Jesus Christ.
But that's a tale for another time. Point is, the entirety of Operation MI was being transmitted and wired to all the ships taking part preemptively. The reason being is that in order to fool the Americans,
Well, autocannon jump scare. Exactly. Just, I was hearing the first gunshots, it just ducked down, just... What the hell was that? Like, this is what my reaction immediately.
Spy assets, the Japanese Navy had split the operations forces into little task groups across the empire to make it look like they were either planning for a defense or maybe another big operation to strike south. And so they couldn't have a full-scale fleet briefing with all senior officers present and hard copies distributed. Furthermore, once they set sail, they had to be under strict radio silence to prevent detection, so the entire plan had to be transmitted wirelessly to all ships prior to mission start. So in a beautiful twist of poetic irony, the Japanese were ultimately undone by being too careful. By the time Admiral Nimitz got a hold of the complete intelligence report, he had the entire Japanese order of battle, the target, the Japanese dispositions of their task forces, and even the date of the attack, right down to the hour of launch and the line of bearing it would come from.
Damn.
The Japanese outnumbered the Americans. They only had 2 aircraft carriers and an airfield. Granted, it was a really big airfield, but the Japanese had 4 fleet carriers, light support carriers, and battleships, not to mention all these support vessels to go with them. But, with the intel that Nimitz had, he knew they were going to be split up amongst 4 task forces. The invasion fleet, the battleship fleet, the destroyer and submarine screen, and Kido Butai itself.
Wait, did the Japanese deploy like 70% of their entire navy for that one battle? Holy shit, they wanted to make that decisive as hell.
The battleships and invasion fleets were too slow to keep up with Kido Butai and the defensive screen, and those in turn would have to have a heavy recon AA and ASW presence to keep the Japanese flagship
Yamato jumpscare now.
Safe. Which means that Kido Butai wouldn't have the huge cadre of support ships she normally would. If the US Navy could mass everything it had into one apocalyptic ambush, maybe, just maybe, they could initiate a defeat in detail Napoleon style.
Oh?
It was a gamble. A huge one. If they fucked this up, every fleet carrier in the Pacific, as well as a solid chunk of their air assets, would be wiped out in a single engagement. But on the other hand, if they pulled it off, it would reverse the entire course of the war and put the Americans on the attack. I know it sounds dramatic, and I know
We're close enough to that, yet this was meant to force America to the negotiation table in which Japan could negotiate from a position of strength. Damn. They were putting all into that battle. Okay.
It sounds I'm hyping it up bigger than it was, because the Americans would, let's be real, honestly win in the end.
Yeah.
But history, as we know it, was hanging in the balance here. There was big shit on the line.
Mm-hmm.
Nimitz was quite literally betting the future of the American war effort for the foreseeable future on one roll of the dice. But in the words of science fiction's other greatest admiral...
Sometimes you have to roll the hard 6.
So say we all.
Jesus, why is the audio so different in like sound? Like 1 second it's okay on 50%, the other moment it's like super loud on 50%. What the hell is going on with this video?
As Kido Butai slipped out of its anchorage and the Japanese armada prepared to make way, Nimitz gave the order. Enterprise and Hornet were to sail, and in his words, hold Midway while inflicting maximum damage onto the enemy with strong
I have no idea why his
attrition.
audio is so wonky. I have no idea either, but... Oh, sorry. But sometimes I'm wonking my microphone. By mistake. Sorry.
Tactics. On the 28th of May, the American fleet left Pearl Harbor. At its head was Enterprise with Raymond Spruance, Admiral commanding. He had relieved Halsey as he was suffering from severe ill health.
Oh.
While this was happening, the radar teams aboard ship could see aircraft formations heading along their line of bearing out to Midway Island by the shitload. By June 3rd, the Americans had concentrated 4 squadrons of PBY Catalina flying boats, long-range, armed recon that could carry either torpedoes or depth charges for ASW. They had a squadron of B-17 flying fortresses, capable of long-range carpet bombing strikes on the approaching Japanese fleet, while a squadron of B-26 Marauder medium bombers were provided for low-level anti-shipping and level bombing strikes. There were also 2 squadrons of dive bombers, one of SPD Dauntlesses and another one of outdated SB-2U Vindicators. They had also 2 squadrons of fighters, one of F-4F Wildcats and one of F-2A Buffaloes. And to round off this veritable armada of aircraft was the latest weapon in the American arsenal, the new TBF Avenger torpedo bomber assigned to the forward element of Hornet's torpedo squadron, Torpedo 8. All in all, there were 126 aircraft on Midway Island.
Damn.
A welcome asset to Nimitz's force, but they were still outnumbered.
Very.
Or so Enterprise's crew thought. As they hit the halfway point, the task force turned slightly northwest and slowed to rendezvous with the rest of their surface force. And that was when they saw her. Sailing proudly amongst the motley crew of old cruisers and refitted destroyers was none other than their big sister, USS Yorktown.
Yorkie!
The repair team from none other than USS Vestal had joined forces with what was, and this is not an exaggeration, the entire naval engineering team at Pearl Harbor.
Damn!
Thousands upon thousands of men, everyone from Seabees to Yardsmen, had somehow, by some miracle, managed to repair and restore and sail Yorktown in 72 hours.
What?
It was truly a miraculous achievement.
Wait. So they restored a crippling Yorktown, an aircraft carrier, from basically crippling and barely alive to fully operational and basically in perfect condition in 3 days? Those people were absolute legends.
Worthy of an entire video to itself. It was truly a miraculous achievement. Worthy of an entire video to itself. If
No
Burkina
shit.
hasn't done one, I'll do one. This shit was nuts.
Yeah.
Even as she was sailing into harm's way, the crew of USS Vestal had stayed behind to make sure she was ready to fight. Even the air...
Don't fuck with our American repair teams. I have no doubts about it.
Group was a scratch team. The remnants of every shattered and reforming air group in the Pacific were brought together under the legendary Jimmy Thatch inventor of the Thatch Weave, a maneuver which had allowed the inferior Wildcat to turn the tables on the infamous Zeros through good teamwork and the outstanding resilience of Grumman-designed aircraft. Damn. Enterprise and Hornet must have felt it. Their big sister would never let them go into harm's way without her. And together, all three of them, along with Midway's team, the Americans were, for the first time ever, on even terms with their enemy. And this time, it was they who had the drop on them.
You got to know when
going all in.
Know when to fold them, know when to walk away, know when to run.
As the Japanese drew closer, it was though they were almost like a spectre in the void. The Americans knew they were there, they knew they were coming. But in a pattern that would soon become all too familiar to their ground troops, the Japanese had this unnerving habit of appearing from thin air and just as quickly vanishing. But not this time, resolved Admiral Spruance. He was going to see him first. Ordering recon efforts to maximum, the Americans had a plane for every patch of ocean within range. And they were looking for the enemy they knew was out there. Even the act of being in an ambush position saved Nimitz's men trouble, as they had deployed beyond the Japanese recon screen of submarines before they were in place. Hence, as far as Nagumo and Yamamoto knew, the Americans were completely unaware of their plan. But let us not forget that this is the Yanks we're talking about, and even when they are laying ambushes, my colonial brothers and sisters, ironically, given the ship's name we're discussing, they have a habit not unlike Klingons. As we have established, Americans like to announce themselves violently.
Speaking of the name Enterprise, I need to look into it now. I have no idea what Enterprise means. Like, at all. Okay, Enterprise meaning. Ah, so basically Enterprise meaning a big fucking deal. Okay, got it.
On June 3rd, a PBY flown by Ensign Jack Reed of VP-44 spotted the Japanese invasion force to the southwest of Midway. However, given the distance and the tension of the upcoming action, the ships were incorrectly identified as the Japanese main force. Upon getting this information, the Midway kitchen sink could be seen being loaded into one of the old artillery pieces on the island, while the cooks and the cleaners were sharpening sticks in the corner.
So, when I heard the word kitchen sink, I was thinking about the literal kitchen sink from the A1 Skyraider story. Okay.
Everything else was currently in the process of being thrown at the oncoming attackers. At 15:30 on June 3rd, 1942, the B-17 squadron from Midway attacked the invasion force. But despite their
close enough at this point, about Enterprise, close enough. Yeah, especially with this Enterprise.
See northern bomb sites, bombing a moving target accurately from height would not be possible for another 40 years until the invention of the modern GBU.
Oh.
However, the Navy successfully attacked one of the supporting tanker ships, the Akabona Maru, crippling her, incredibly, with a torpedo launched from a PBY. This, depressingly, would be the only successful torpedo attack during the whole battle, due to the American torpedoes at this stage suffering a big problem known as not working at all, or at least rarely.
Wait, what?
This, depressingly, would be the only successful torpedo attack during the whole battle.
Oh.
Due to the American torpedoes at this stage suffering a big problem known as not working.
Right, the Mark 14 curse. Right, how could we forget that?
At all. Or at least rarely.
Yeah.
But we mustn't get...
there is a recent show called The Grey Ghost, or the Japanese saw her as near enough to being a specter. Ah, wait, which specter? I got lost. Fuck.
Get ahead of ourselves as June 4th is dawning. That said, if you want to know the full story, you're going to have to watch my video on Akagi, who, as we speak, is preparing to launch the first wave of aircraft at Midway.
Damn, what a beauty.
Meanwhile, the Yorktown sisters were slinking into position to the northeast of the Japanese task force. Their aircraft and pilots were also warming up for action. All they needed now was a target, and they would soon get one. The PBY squadrons at Midway sortied at first light, scouting the surrounding area for the enemy task force, which they knew was approaching.
I'm gonna get sidetracked for a second. I wanted to download Azure Lane right now, and I just entered my Google Play, and apparently Azure Lane is fucking unavailable in my region. Despite it being available in the region a long time ago. For fuck's sake, why is it blocked now? Whatever, I will figure it out. Whatever.
After a mere hour of scouting, one of the Catalinas called in their sighting report.
That's some bullshit. Some bullshit indeed it is.
Finally found Kido Butai, with confirmed eyes on Akagi and Kaga turning out of the wind. That must mean, of course, that the Japanese had already launched, which was confirmed by another PBY when he sighted a huge force of aircraft numbering over 100. Midway's bombers had begun launching as soon as word was passed down of the carrier group. When radar finally picked up the incoming raid, the fighters launched also, climbing as hard as they could for precious altitude. Their fighters couldn't tangle with the Zeros. Slashing attacks would have to be the order of the day. But 20 Buffaloes and 6 Wildcats. These aircraft were not exactly known for their climbing prowess. They had managed to get organized above Midway in time to be co-altitude with the Japanese strike force. It was now 6 a.m. on June 4th, 1942. And it was now that the Battle of Midway began. The American fighters, unable to secure the height advantage they needed, now did the only thing they could do.
Improvise.
They armed their guns and went head-on straight into the middle of the Japanese formation.
Of course they
did. In an
did.
act of near suicidal bravery and defiance, the American aviators blasted a hole in the Japanese attack, shooting down 4 B-5Ns and one of the Zeros assigned to close escort.
Damn.
But as their attack passed through the formation and out to the rear, they had placed themselves directly under the Japanese top cover. The elite of Japan's naval aviators, the Akagi Fighter Group, descended on the Americans with a fury akin to a god. 2 Wildcats and 13 Buffaloes were shot down within minutes, and while the other fighters were crippled, by the end of the engagement, only 2 of Midway's fighters were still flyable. At first glance, it would appear that the Japanese would take round 1.
Not bad on time.
However, after the bombers had flattened the airfield and strafed the defending ground forces, the Japanese raid leader, who was the commander of Hiryu's air wing, noted that there was no aircraft actually on the airfield, and that the Americans had reinforced in preparation for a heavy attack. In fact, the fighters were at the same altitude as them. It was just dawning on him what was happening. But he had a job to do. He signaled Nagamo, recommending a second attack, as their first attack, it was obvious, had not been sufficient to knock out the airfield or the garrison. He also noted that the bomber aircraft they knew to be based here were nowhere to be found. However, this signal was practically irrelevant to Nagamo, as he could solve that mystery immediately. All he had to do was look up. At 7:10, Torpedo 8's flight of Avengers attacked Kido Butai along with the B-26s of 18th Recon and 69th Bomb Squadron. A total force of 10 aircraft versus what amounted to Japan's entire fleet carrier strength. It was, like with the fighters, an act of suicidal heroism. The TBFs initiated their torpedo attack. However, the Japanese Combat Air Patrol spotted them, and using their superior altitude and speed, they quickly closed in on the hapless Avengers. Despite the upgraded defensive armament on the Avengers, including a hydraulic turret and a ventral gun, this wasn't much good when on the attack run. They had to stay straight and level while maintaining a slower speed than normal. The Zeros, predictably, tore them to shreds. with only one Avenger surviving to return to base.
Oh.
The rest of them went down with their crews. The B-26s had better luck, but the seamanship of Kido Butai's helmsman prevented any serious damage. At this point, First Lieutenant James Murray, commanding the B-26 Suzy Q, turned around after dropping his ordnance, and, witnessing have no effect, decided to fly his aircraft directly at the flagship Akagi.
Huh?
His nose gunner could see the faces of the astonished Japanese crew beneath him as he unloaded his machine gun at them. The Japanese cap tried to engage him, but due to his proximity to the Akagi and the other ships, they couldn't risk firing for hitting their own men. It was then that one of the other B-26s who had followed him into this hair-raising maneuver was critically damaged.
Huh?
Under no illusions as to how they would be treated as prisoners of war, he aimed his bomber at Akagi's bridge, hoping to, in a tinge of dark irony, conduct a kamikaze strike.
How ironic.
It was by the narrowest of margins that he missed, most likely due to control failure.
Fuck.
And the bad news for Nagumo was only compounding. As this attack was going on, Admirals Fletcher and Spruance were beginning to take action. However, things were a bit tricky for the Americans, as their launch operations were complicated by the direction of the wind. To launch aircraft from carriers requires sufficiently high enough speed on launch to ensure the aircraft have enough speed to lift and get airborne. Due to the direction of the wind, the Americans would have to sail away from the Japanese to launch. And so despite knowing the Japanese position for the past few hours, they were only just close enough to launch at 7 a.m. And this was at a considerable range, which made fuel economy a bit on the tight side.
Very tight.
This caused two issues. First, the possibility of suffering losses due to running out of fuel. And second, due to this lack of fuel, it did not allow for an assembly period, meaning they would have to proceed on to target as soon as their group was launched. However, Spruance considered it vital that the pressure on the Japanese needed to be maintained. The longer they spent dodging torpedoes and bombs meant the less time to prepare another wave of aircraft or the recovery of their midway force. If they could throw them off enough, it would give them an opening to properly hit them. But if it didn't work, they would be without an air group and staring down 4 fleet carriers, fully aware of their presence. It was yet another gamble from the land of the free. But like the Rubicon, they had crossed the Pacific, and the die was cast. Enterprise and her little sister began launching their planes. The Devastators took off first, forming up at low altitude for their intended torpedo attacks. They immediately turned on target, while the SBDs and Wildcats gained height. It was at this moment that the radar aboard Enterprise reported a singular air contact near the carrier group, flying a search pattern. Almost as soon as this report was made, the contact receded at high speed away. Japanese scout.
Oh, fuck.
And he spotted us.
Oh, shit.
Well, shit. This day just became a whole lot more interesting.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, back above Kido Butai, it seemed to the Japanese that the sky was raining aircraft. The dive bombers from Midway began their attack. However, their level of experience and training was not equal to that of the frontline Navy squadrons aboard the carriers. It was a mixture of Marine pilots trained for close air support and a brand new crop of pilots fresh out of flight school.
Oh.
Their commander was an experienced aviator, Major Lofton Henderson, U.S. Marine Corps. He led his men fiercely into the middle of the Japanese formation, but courage is not enough when faced with odds this long, especially against the best naval aviators in the world at the time. Between flak and the Zeros on cap, the Americans achieved no hits on any of the enemy ships and were subsequently slaughtered, with 10 out of 26 being shot down, including Major Henderson himself. The rest of the flight being severely damaged, with several more being write-offs. At the same time, the B-17s from Midway had climbed to their optimal bombing height and began their runs. But yet again, strategic bombing proved ineffective.
Oh, fuck.
So far, things had been going well for the Japanese. But with reports of American carriers now coming in, the situation was deteriorating. The constant attacks had achieved their goal, however, They were too busy parrying blows to enact launch or recovery operations. As if to punctuate that very point, it was soon reported that an American submarine, USS Nautilus, had been sighted inside the task force perimeter.
She looks so adorable. And is that a narwhal? A mecha narwhal? Okay, now that's a narwhal of death right here. How adorable.
Nautilus, like the absolute queen she is, had managed to stealth past the entire Japanese picket line during all the chaos up topside. She then commenced an attack on the battlecruiser Kirishima. However, as is becoming a theme, the American torpedoes misfired. One went erratic while the other failed to launch. Little did she know, however, that little Nautilus may have just won the Pacific War for the United States. At least a year earlier than it would have taken otherwise, had she not launched this attack.
Yeah.
The Japanese destroyer Arashi, seeing the missing torpedo, followed it back to the periscope and immediately charged after Nautilus, who would in turn dive to evade. Arashi was ordered to pin down the submarine while the rest of the fleet could break away northeast to safety. What followed was an insane game of cat and mouse, with Nautilus evading and then attacking another cruiser and then evading again, all while Arashi was pursuing her.
Holy shit.
And it was now, at 9:25 a.m., that the Yorktown sisters finally joined the fight. The Devastators from both Hornet and Enterprise sighted Kido Butai and moved to engage. However, due to the extreme range and their needing to climb to maintain height, as well as receiving conflicting bearings to the target, the Wildcats detailed to cover them had to turn back. The turn northeast by Nagumo, along with bad luck, had stripped the attackers of their protection. They would have to run the gauntlet of Kido Butai's cap, which had been reinforced since the recovery of the Midway Force. Torpedo 8 went in first, initiating a torpedo run on Akagi. But before they could even coordinate their attack, the Zeros of Akagi's air group, rearmed and refueled, descended upon them in a fury.
Talk about having balls of steel from that sub, Captain. Exactly, just... they are not made out of just steel. This is titanium fused in with carbon. Even if the carbon as in a component did not exist at the time. Now, the steels of that the balls of that captain, of that submarine, were made out of carbon and titanium together. He was beyond insane.
Of the entirety of Hornet's torpedo squadron, only one man, Ensign George Gay, survived this attack, left floating in the water in the middle of Kido Butai after ditching his crippled aircraft. The rest of his unit having been torn to shreds by the Zeros and AAA. Torpedo 6 under Lieutenant Commander Eugene Lindsay would suffer the same fate, with Lindsay himself being killed along with the loss of 9 other aircraft. The other 4 Devastators returned to base, barely flyable and beyond any hope of repair. And all of this loss of life, all of these aircraft, with no damage of any kind being done to the enemy. It was into this maelstrom that Yorktown's torpedo squadron attacked half an hour later at 10:10, and they fared no better.
Oh no.
Yorktown, under the command of Admiral Fletcher, had waited for Spruance's force to launch before launching his. He wanted confirmation of his own recon reports to ensure a successful attack. However, without the massive numbers from the other 2 squadrons to split the defenses, the concentrated wrath of all the AAA and fighters descended upon them. 10 out of the 12 Yorktown aircraft went down without a single torpedo being deployed successfully. While damage to the 2 survivors was extensive. In the span of half an hour, the entire cadre of experienced torpedo squadron pilots in the US Navy had been wiped out. A wealth of talent and experience essentially wasted. It was the worst moment in US naval aviation history.
Definitely.
But it had achieved something. Having been forced to intercept the torpedo attacks, a substantial number of the Japanese cap had to land and rearm. while others had to return to patrol altitude and reorganize. The cap couldn't be refreshed and recovery operations conducted while under constant barrage, and the violent maneuvering had hampered rearming efforts aboard the Japanese ships. While all this was going on, the American dive bomber force was running into difficulties of a different kind.
Huh?
And to people in aviation, it was a problem as old as time.
What about you guys? We ain't found shit.
Wade McCluskey, the leader of the Enterprise Air Group and raid commander, had flown to the coordinates provided by the recon units earlier in the day. But since Nagumo had broken out to the northeast, they were no longer anywhere to be found. They continued to search pattern towards Midway, and then back towards their own ships, and not a single Japanese vessel could be seen. Gas was low, and time short.
And the gas was and it was about to become even lower because back to the Fat Electrician video. Wade McCluskey, I hope I did not butcher his first name. I will just call him McCluskey. He was an fighter pilot, and he was flying by the fighter pilot speed, not by the dive bomber speed, which is like 170 knots for the fighter pilot, while the average bomber was flying at 150 knots cruising speed. And higher speed on an aircraft means higher fuel consumption. Yeah, their gas was even lower than they could have hoped to have.
It was then below them they saw the wake of a ship moving at flank speed. A Japanese destroyer was hauling ass like nothing else in the water that day. And it was then that it dawned on McCluskey that there would be only one reason for a ship to move that way. He was trying to get somewhere in a hurry, regardless of fuel or maintenance concerns.
Somebody needs
help! That meant orders, or a crisis needing all hands. Both of which would come from a task force commander.
Hello.
The Japanese destroyer Arashi had finally forced Nautilus away from the fleet, and with that achieved, was proceeding at full speed to rejoin the formation. The American dive bombers followed her line of bearing, and on the horizon, they saw their quarry. At 10:25, the SBDs arrived over Kido Butai, and they could not believe their luck. The Japanese cap was under strength and on the other side of their patrol beat. The cruisers and battleships, which would normally lend a large amount of heavy flak at higher altitudes to counter dive bombers, were busy protecting.
Of course.
And the invasion fleet to the west. And unbeknownst to them, the entirety of the Japanese air group was currently being fully fueled and rearmed in their fully enclosed hangars below decks. So any one hit, any single hit on their flight decks, would turn their carriers into what amounted to a fuel air bomb.
Hello there. Oh, hello there, Dominix.
It was incredible. After a morning of pure catastrophe, Karma and the gods had decided to place all the Americans' luck into a single moment. All they had to do was seize it. And the men of USS Enterprise never miss an opportunity.
How goes it? Yeah, it goes
good.
The
senior officers aboard the Japanese ships watched in absolute horror as the formation of 47 SBD Dauntlesses began their attack run.
Yes.
Through the hail of light anti-aircraft fire, McCluskey lined up on Kaga. He actually made a mistake, as doctrine was to detail attack by squadrons, with the lead going for the target further away and working backwards. As such, McCluskey's
it's going good. We're just enjoying the story of the Grey Ghost. Yeah, we do.
Pilots followed their leader, while the other unit duly lined up on the rear carrier. Therefore, the entirety of Enterprise's air group was now descending like the hammer of God onto one target. Realizing this mistake, however, Richard H. Best, Dick Best to his friend, commanding VB6, broke off his run with his wingmen right behind, and the three SBDs headed towards the far.
Damn, 47, that's a lot of planes. Yeah, that's a lot.
Carrier. Akagi. As they looked over their shoulders, they beheld the awe-inspiring sight of 27 dive bombers hitting one carrier, and judged rightly that Kaga was doomed.
Yeah.
In a rather beautiful twist of fate which adds a poetic justice to the story, the killing blow against Kaga was the impact of one 500-pound bomb on the carrier's island, and 2 more 100-pounders hitting the parked aircraft on the foredeck. These impacts paralyzed Kaga's damage control effort while starting a fire in the bow area which quickly went out of control. Combined with the other hits along the flight deck, Kaga was a doomed ship.
Goodbye!
What made this poetic...
Awesome. Maybe a Hitman reference, but I don't know. You mean the Hitman franchise existed before World War II? Okay, never mind.
was that the bombs which took out the island and set fire to the forward section were dropped by none other than Lieutenant Clarence E. Dickinson. The man who sunk the first Japanese fleet-class vessel in World War II for the United States, with his demolition of the ship's command staff, now also held the title for the first American naval aviator to sink a Japanese fleet-class carrier.
Nice. I love my random-ass brain. Me too. And my brain is so random. There is either nothing in this... There is either nothing in this empty head, or so much information, my tongue is stopping working.
However, his good friend Dick Best would one-up him by the end of the day. Best and his 2 wingmen were at this very same moment hurtling down into a hair-raising dive on Kido Butai's flagship. While the force attacking Kaga had mass numbers to disperse the AA, there were only 3 aircraft on this attack run. To call it running the gauntlet is putting it mildly. But the Americans pressed forward. The first 2 bombs were dropped by Best's wingmen. The first one whizzed down and impacted starboard, very close, causing serious shock damage, while the second one splashed down away aft, shattering the rudder.
Nice.
Richard Halsey Best, however, was a man with balls of pure diamond, and held his aim, riding the line down and down until eventually he gripped his release lever and the trapeze swung his bomb free.
Come on.
The bomb struck the middle elevator on Akagi's deck and went straight into the middle of her hangar bay, detonating amongst a flight of fully armed and fueled B-5Ns.
Holy shit.
Akagi simply immolated along her upper hangar deck, with explosion after explosion rocking the ship.
Damn.
And as though there was some sisterly rivalry, the squadron of bombers from USS Yorktown did not want to be left out either. As the Enterprise boys made their famous death dive, VB-3 dove in on Soryu, with their commander Max Leslie leading them in, and with the crisp professionalism Yorktown was famous for, scored 3 hits, dead center, resulting in an inferno.
Damn.
In the span of 6 short minutes, Akagi, Kaga, and Soryu were alight from bow to stern, with secondary explosions constantly rippling throughout their shattered hangar decks. While their hulls were intact and easily afloat, the damage to their interiors was just too severe. Their air groups lay burning in the hangars along with their pilots in their ready rooms.
Basically, they sunk all 3 of those Japanese heavy carriers in one day. Absolute mad lads.
The scale of the catastrophe was beyond anything the Japanese Navy had experienced since the failure of their invasion of Korea at the hands of Admiral Yi Sun-sin over 300 years previously.
Jesus.
Admiral Nagumo abandoned ship, muttering to himself in traumatized disbelief. And while I'm not generally the judgmental sort, if there was any man who needed to go down with his ship as a matter of honor, this man was it.
Yeah.
However, a better man than him would honor that debt later. Admiral Tamon Yamaguchi did not hesitate for a second. having signaled Nagumo time and time again to take decisive action against the American task force. From the moment it had been sighted, Yamaguchi had been ordered to stand down and rearm his planes back to torpedoes from ground ordnance. This decision
So basically, ship go boom. Exactly.
had, through a myriad of circumstances, which you can see in detail in my Akagi video, meant that the Japanese
very
air
big
groups were
boom,
rearming
very.
at the time the SPDs had shown up, resulting in the loss of almost the entire force. The only capable air group left was Yamaguchi's aboard Hiryu.
Oh, wait, what?
The sighting report they had received earlier should still be semi-accurate, and it was Yorktown they had seen.
Wait, is that the... Oh, I forget her name. The Japanese names are weird. The Agoromaru or whatever. Damn, look at this pure belly.
Honor of the Japanese Navy was at stake. The entire honor of Japan was at stake. And a man like Yamaguchi would never let such a moment stand. Ordering the task force to make a direct heading towards the American fleet, he would close with Hiryu, giving his pilots the most fuel and initial launch speed he could, while closing the distance so his superior destroyers and cruisers could get in range. Like the samurai of old with katanas drawn, the remnants of Kido Butai with rage in their heart charged towards the enemy, determined for a violent last stand.
I bet. To be continued. Holy shit, that was big. Holy shit. Let's listen to the end. And that is the first part out of 4 or maybe even 5 parts. Holy shit. The Big E has one hell of a story. And by the way, in the timeline, at the end of the story, like we are talking about June 4, 1942. 42. It's only the beginning of the entire story. Now you see why I suggested this series, lol. Yeah, I can see that with very clear diamond eyes. Holy shit. Let us make sure history never forgets the name Enterprise. Damn straight. Damn fucking straight. Holy shit. Now, before we continue to the next videos, we have at least 3 of them. If we manage to do that in like less of an hour, which is... I doubt. Do though take suggestions for after when we've done with this series. Yeah. Oh yeah, I can take suggestions, and by the way, the next Enterprise, the next part of the Enterprise will be next week, because like each video of Animarch is like a hour long at least. So yeah. Before we continue to the next one, let me go and take a pee. In the meantime, enjoy some music. I'll be back in my junk. I'll be back in a minute. Nice, the Yamaha video, great shows. Thank you. I'll be back in a second.
Crash towards frozen crust that can't crush
Okay, I am back. Now, time to read everything you wrote. Can I just say in my suggestion here, I would just wait on the suggestion till after the series, so as not to overload him. Fair, I can... Fair, I can't words. No worries. We all get your words mixed up. Yeah, we all get our words mixed up, and I'm getting my words mixed up more than everybody else on this fucking planet. Just saying. The funny part is this series is almost 6 hours long in total across 4 videos. Lol. 4 videos? I thought there was at least 5. Holy shit, the enterprise is big. Sheesh, that long. The anime history makes fun and entertaining commentaries. He does very fun and entertaining videos. Okay, now time for the next video in what I prepared for myself today. Recording button hit. The history of how Yamaka makes everything. And by everything I bet we are meaning everything. Like from music instruments to, I'm pretty sure, household appliances to supercar engines, and surprisingly they're making everything just fucking well. The Yamaha guitars, pianos, instruments and all of that, they are revered as some of the best in the world. The engine for the Lexus LFA that V10 is just... this is the cry of an angel, just singing of an angel. This is absolutely wonderful. And I'm pretty sure they are making also good household appliances. Okay, I want to see what they can do.
Hey Yamaha.
I saw this one this morning, it's a good one. Oh, great. I love it. By the way, I forgot to mention. Made by Ryan Kelly Comedy. Made by Ryan Kelly Comedy. Also known as Youth Pastor Ryan. Oh, Youth Pastor Ryan. I will never call him Ryan Kelly. Sorry about that.
Oh, what do you make, buddy? We make humans feel things. Emotional. Physical. Okay, too much.
Hold up. What?
Humans...
All I must say is... It all fits together. I must say... It all fits together, sure. Yeah.
Feel things. Emotional. Physical.
Sexual. But listen, the singing of the Lexus LFA engine can be considered sexual. Just saying, lol, exactly, yeah.
Okay, too much. I was looking at your catalog and it looks like it was compiled by a guy with ADHD who's given $1 billion and 0 instructions.
As a person who has an absolute ADHD, I can testify that is true.
I mean, I can see what you're saying. The crossover of pianos, ATVs, saxophones, speedboats, played parts, acoustic guitars, handheld workstations, flutes.
Hold up a minute. Let me revert that back.
Of pianos, ATVs, saxophones, speedboats, played parts, acoustic guitars, handheld workstations, flutes, drum sets, MIDI controllers, speakers, PA systems, stage monitors, software, specialty metals, industrial components, music schools, kitchens, bathrooms, motorcycles, scooters, bicycles, electric components, music schools, kitchens, bathrooms, motorcycles, scooters.
I was joking about household appliances, what the hell? Taking car sexual to a whole different level. True.
Bicycles, electric wheelchairs, jet skis, golf carts, robots, drones, UAVs, portable generators, power systems, water purification systems, helmets, and apparel.
Holy shit! I didn't know they were making literally everything.
Portable generators, power systems, water purification systems, helmets, and apparel is a little much. But good news, I think that about wraps up the short list.
That's the short list! That is the short list? You meaning to tell me there's more? Holy fuck.
Did this happen? Well, it all started with one man, a broken organ, and a dream. In 1887, our founder, Darkusu Yamaha, was just a regular medical equipment repairman. Then, one day, a local elementary school asked if he could fix their broken reed organ, which had been imported from America. And he was like, I mean, how hard can it be? Isn't that much different than medical equipment?
Yep, talk about the ultimate example of doing way too damn much. Damn much. And apparently they're doing way too damn much very well. If they can do it at all. If they're still in business, like... Well, technically Yamaha is today owned by Toyota, right? Okay, I will not delve into that more.
Hoping very different. It was, but good news. Yamaha was incredibly smart. So he didn't just fix it. He studied it, memorized the design, and within a year, he had reverse engineered and built his very own superior version from scratch. That's how we were born as the Nippon Gaki Company, which means Japan Musical Instrument Company.
Okay, that is
Holy
adorable and
shit.
wholesome. Just a smart guy that likes crafting. But how'd you get from organs to jet skis?
Well, we didn't jump straight to jet skis. Next was pianos.
Yeah, that's a much more logical jump. So just
I'll
organs
eat
and
them up.
pianos?
Ooh, tangent. Can I have an ADHD break?
Sponsored tangent to buy food for the cats and pay for the editor. Yeah, sure.
Okay, we
Okay.
don't have any control over our data, and no one seems to be in a hurry to pass laws to help with that.
Okay, you speaking could be the leading cause of anxiety. You know that, right?
I've been told repeatedly by many, many people.
Okay, and you continue.
Your address, phone number, and relatives might be right out there on a data broker's website.
That's a delete me out, right?
Why?
Because they're d***s who sell that data to scammers
Oh.
and make money off a loophole. I hate it so
sorry.
much.
Okay, what do you have to fix this?
Well, you can send takedown requests to all of them one by one, which would only take, dozens of hours.
Okay, the faster version.
Believe me, the sponsor of the video can do it all for you. They send out hundreds of takedown requests to these data brokers, telling them to lose your data.
Okay, discount me.
Well, if for some reason someone's listening to us, they can get 20% off any Delete Me consumer plan by using the code Ryan Kelly at checkout.
Thanks, Delete Me, for sponsoring this video and keeping us rolling. Okay, back to the chaos.
For a while, yeah.
Okay.
We became the best in the world at it. We mastered the art of metallurgy for casting piano frames, precision woodworking for the bodies, and advanced engineering for the mechanical actions.
Okay, then if you were
Damn.
the best, why mix it up? Where did the motorcycles come from?
Where every deviation into things that can be used for combat come from. World War II.
Why?
Of course.
Why does it always come back to...
Of course, World War II was the reason Yamaha started doing everything. And by the way, World War II is also why Sega, the gaming company, exists today. And why it's fucking in Japan now. Just saying.
World War II.
During the war, the Japanese government ordered us to stop making instruments.
You gotta love how they stay in character and break the fourth wall at the same time with Hisats. Yeah, I love it. Like, this is like why I don't really skip the youth pastor Ryan. Okay, Ryan Kelly. I will call him Ryan Kelly. Fuck it. I don't want to do my tongue every 5 seconds. This is why I do not skip Ryan Kelly's ads, because they are basically not really like breaking the vibe, if you know what I mean.
Oh, are those not really combat effective?
Apparently not. Every video game soundtrack is lying to me. Anyway, they had to start making things for the Imperial War Machine. Our woodworking went from pianos to plane propellers. Our metalworking went from frames to fuel tanks and wing parts. Then we handed all that stuff over to companies you may have heard of. Mitsubishi and Kawasaki.
So you went from making pianos to plane
He's just a comedy genius. Damn straight.
parts for the Mitsubishi Zero and the Kawasaki Ki-48 light bomber.
We did! In fact, we were so good at it, the
Okay,
Allies
yeah.
took notice.
We all-
And after the war, our factories were in ruins.
From the big booms.
Nah, from
Now, for the smaller ones, that were many. Many. Very fucking many.
many little booms. We were mostly in Hamamatsu, Japan.
Of course, I knew that.
Unlike poor Mazda.
I'm sorry, what?
Anyway, the booms. We were mostly in Hamamatsu, Japan. Unlike poor Mazda.
Hamamatsu? Wait, Hamamatsu is the same village Seiichiro Honda is from. And, yeah, poor Mazda. Just so you know, Mazda is based in Nagasaki. It was founded in... Oh, sorry, not Nagasaki. Wait, Hiroshima, right? Mazda was founded in Hiroshima, right? Mazda HQ. Yeah, Mazda was founded in Hiroshima. Poor Mazda, yeah.
I'm sorry, what?
Anyway, the company was in crisis, and our new president, Kenichi Kawakami, looked at all the leftover machinery and what we had used to make airplane parts, and he had an idea.
Flying pianos?
No, we didn't just use polymerization and fuse the things we'd already made. Man, you really are an engineering school dropout, aren't you?
Hey. Hurtful.
Oh, come on. Flying pianos is not really a new concept, you know? I mean, hell, the Russians are making flying pianos all the time. Sadly, they do not work at all.
Yeah.
Instead, he said, let's make a motorcycle. He figured our engineers had spent years making precision aircraft components and was like, okay, now make it for the ground. And all other motorcycles on the market were unreliable and janky. So why not do the Saab thing? You know, go from fighter jets to a civilian side quest.
Okay, but to be fair, that is further away from what you used to do than flying pianos.
Huh, I see your point. Regardless, in 1955, we took all of our knowledge of lightweight metals and high-performance engineering, and we built our very first motorcycle, the YA-1 Red Dragonfly.
Red what?
It's engineering, and we built our very first motorcycle, the YA-1 Red Dragonfly.
Red Dragonfly, and damn, this motorcycle is looking sexy. Sexy as hell. Look at that. Yeah, I would have definitely bought one for myself if I had the opportunity.
It immediately started winning races, and the Yamaha Motor Company was born.
So the same hands that were making beautiful grand pianos and parts for fighter aircraft were now making race-winning motorbikes.
Yeah, not just engines for us, but for everyone. We're like the secret weapon of Vroom.
What do you mean?
When a car company wants to make something truly epic, they call us. We designed and built the engine for the legendary Toyota 2000 GT.
Damn, and 2000 GT, it's an absolute beauty.
We built the high-revving V8 for the Lexus LFA supercar.
It's a V10. You had one job. Buddy, you had one job. You had one job, for God's sake. It's a V10, not a V8. Okay, I will try not to be pissed off way too much.
We even built the screaming V8 for the Volvo S80 and XC90 that are most famous.
Yamaha in a nutshell. Random bullshit, go! But it's not bullshit, it's bull masterpieces. Let's get it straight.
Secret project? The Ford Taurus SHO.
What?
For years, the engine of America's favorite sleeper sedan was a high-performance work of art built by us.
Damn.
Wait, every car that went faster than it should have had an engine built by you?
Not every. Some of them, yes, but many, no. Koenigsegg was... Koenigsegg, for example, made their engine based off a fucking Ford Mustang engine, if I'm not mistaken.
We did, but our automotive ambitions went even further.
Bull, what in the fuck you say? Bull masterpieces. Oh god! Honestly, it sounded better in my head, just saying.
Further, we're so high on our success in Formula 1 in the early 90s, we decided to build our own supercar.
You were in
Oh yeah, I remember that story.
Formula 1 and built a Yamaha supercar?
Yes, sir. It's called the OX9911. It was a street-legal Formula 1 car. It had a V...
Not really a Formula 1. Not really a Formula 1 car, and I think they tried to do like a Le Mans prototype for legal road, for civilians or whatever. It did not went through, it was stuck in the prototype phase. But I wanna buy that car, not gonna lie. Yeah, it looks very funky.
V12 engine that revved up to 10,000 RPM.
Sheesh.
A carbon fiber chassis and a bizarre tandem seating arrangement. You know, like a fighter jet.
Yeah. You know, there's something to it. Just saying.
It was too insane, too expensive, too brilliant for this world. We'll ever build 3 prototypes. It is our beautiful, unobtainable masterpiece.
You secretly built a fighter jet supercar and then just didn't sell it?
It was an exercise in passion, just like our limited edition.
If I wasn't paying off my current financial blunder in an AR-15, I also would want that car. Damn, Jake.
Motorcycles. We make the R1M, a MotoGP derived superbike with carbon fiber and electronic suspension that is basically a street.
Little like a fighter jet, I wonder why. Yeah, I wonder why. I want to be surprised if Yamaha also makes the current Japanese fighter jet F2, I believe it's called.
Street legal racing machine. We even made a motorcycle that leaned, the Niken, with 2 wheels on the front for crazy cornering grip.
Oh.
It looks like a spaceship.
Okay, so
Yeah, and I still don't understand how two wheels like in the front for a motorcycle so close to each other would work at all. Whatever. I don't know, honestly.
your motor division
What? I'm an American. Of course I am paying off a gun with my paycheck. Of course you do.
is even weirder than I thought. What other skills have you repurposed?
Our experience in materials is, well, quite extensive.
Yeah.
The same carbon fiber composites that we use for racing, we also use to make world-class archery bows. The same understanding of resonance and fine wood from our violins and cellos, we apply to our high-end golf clubs.
Okay, so you make
Hold on. Fucking archer bows and now golf clubs. Okay. You... A very wide set of skills, I see.
cellos and golf clubs. You could be at an orchestra or the Masters. Please make it make sense.
Oh, well, since we're already making golf clubs, we were like, why not golf carts? You know, you can't be lugging these things around everywhere, so we became the undisputed king of golf carts.
How are you doing this?
See, if we're good at making one thing, you tend to be good at making many things, because, you know, it's all just making stuff.
Oh, I see how this is gonna get out of hand.
Let's go into the VAR department, right?
You can see it in our company logo, the 3 interlocking tuning forks, which represents our 3 pillars, production, technology, and sales. But we like to think it also represents our mastery of land, sea, and sound.
Of course.
What?
Bro, just getting an 11. The God's chosen caliber. I believe Jake already has one, right?
You make for the sea.
Oh, everything! We used our engine expertise to make boat motors. Then we used our woodworking and later our fiberglass skills to make the boats themselves. We make everything from little fishing boats to luxury yachts. We make prefabricated pools, those massive water slides you see at theme parks, and we even make wave runners, the jet skis that let you terrorize a quiet lake with the sound of 1,000 angry hornets.
Holy shit. At least that product jump makes sense from golf clubs to the carts. Yeah.
We got the jet skis.
I already have one. It was my grandpa's from the war. Damn. You got one hell of an antique. Like a family heirloom. Keep it.
Yeah, it also provides the full spectrum of auditory experience, from beautiful concerto to, oh God, why is he jet skiing at midnight?
Wait, you got back into music?
No, we
Yeah.
never stopped being a musical instrument company, and our expertise in acoustics and sound waves led us to some interesting places.
Like where?
We became a world leader in professional audio. The speakers,
Nice.
the mixing consoles, the amplifiers that you see at every rock concert, stadium, or recording studio. Yeah, it's usually us. We literally make the equipment that makes the music you listen to.
So you make the piano, the guitar, the drums, and all the gear to record and play that back live. You have a full monopoly on sound.
Not a monopoly,
More like domination.
a holistic ecosystem of harmony. Speaking of ecosystem, though, would you like to visit some of Earth's most remote ones?
What?
What? I also have an M1987 trench bomb that my great grandpa used in the First World War. Holy shit, Jake, you have one hell of a collection. I know about the amps, didn't know about the other stuff. I did not know about like 18% of everything in here. And apparently we're going into 85 or 90% right now.
What? I mean, yes, but what?
Perfect! You'll probably need some of our stuff to do that, like our snowmobiles and ATVs, generators, water pumps, apparel, and helmets.
So you could also be nearly
Damn.
every part of a camping trip?
And in Japan, we make electric wheelchairs and drones for crop dusting.
Electric
Nice.
wheelchairs and crop dusting drones? Wait, could you put speakers on those crop dusting drones?
I guess. Why?
Drench boom!
Fine pianos are so back, baby.
You're a special type of idiot, aren't you?
Yes, obviously.
Yes, of course, all of us are special types of idiots. What did you expect? Why else we are here?
But also, is that it?
No, I haven't even told you
Of
about our
course not.
semiconductor business or the
What?
soundproof rooms we build for people who want to practice their instruments without bothering their neighbors. But that's not the coolest silent stuff we make.
What other silent stuff have you made?
We made silent instruments.
What? Yep, I keep it in a glass case of my mantle. Okay, and excuse me, silent instruments, how can a music instrument be silent?
Stuff we make.
What other silent stuff have you made?
We made silent instruments.
What? Wait, what? What? Is that like an electric violin or something? Because that would be the only explanation I can imagine.
Yeah, okay, I can make one of those too. It's called air guitar.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
No,
God.
we made a real acoustic piano with real hammers and strings that you can switch to silent mode, where the hammers stop just short of the strings, and that sound is perfectly sampled and delivered.
I think that's called air guitar, yeah. Yeah, already gotten. Oh, this one is an ingenious product, yeah.
You through headphones. You
Got
can play
it.
a grand piano in
You
your
did.
apartment at 3 a.m. without bothering anyone. We make silent violins, silent cellos, and even silent brass instruments.
Who fits a grand piano in their apartment?
You may have missed the point. We created instruments where you can turn the sound off and they still work.
That is the most brilliantly considerate and over-engineered thing I have ever heard of.
Yeah. They German engineer to music.
Profound contribution to modern sound might be our software. We invented the Vocaloid speech synthesis engine.
You created Hatsune Miku? It was you! It was you!
What is Vocaloid?
It's a piece of software that lets you synthesize a singing voice by just typing in lyrics and a melody. It's the technology
Lamau, great one, Apex, yeah.
that powers the virtual pop star Hatsune Miku.
What the heck is even that?
Ryan, you're in your like, I don't know, mid-20s, late 20s, you're not even 30 and you do not know who the hell is Miku? Are you kidding me? Oh my god. Isn't Hatsune Miku made by Sega though? No. No. Hatsune Miku is literally a Vocaloid sound. Like a sound preset. You're thinking about like the latest Sonic Racing Superstars or whatever, where Miku was present. I don't know if it's impressive or depressing that he doesn't know who Miku is, lol, yeah. I mean, he's probably making a comedy skit about it. But no, let's look it up. Who made Hatsune Miku? Krypton Future Media. Okay, while Yamaha developed the underlying Vocaloid 2 software, Krypton created the character and voice pack. Krypton Future Media. Who is Krypton Future Media? I think Krypton Future Media is a company under Yamaha, probably. Well, he does because he plays both characters. True.
Famous digital pop star, the virtual pop star Hatsune Miku.
What the heck is even that?
She's the most famous digital pop star in the world, who's been active since 2007, projected as a hologram on screen, and even performed at Coachella in 2024. All her sound is made by us. We essentially helped create a fake pop star that's generated over $100 million since her creation.
Am I in the Matrix? What the heck is happening?
You sound stressed. Want to take a nice warm bubble bath in one of our bathtubs?
You make bathtubs.
Of course, we're making it fast. Want to take a nice warm bubble bath in one of our bathtubs?
Even bathtubs. Please tell me you made even a bathtub into an instrument. Holy shit, I forgot that Miku was that damn old. Yeah. Miku is literally 9. Miku has become 18 like a few months ago. And he is going strong 14, 19. That's old. Yeah. I mean, I am 21, soon to be 22.
You make bathtubs.
Of course, we make
Of
an
course.
entire line of luxury home goods.
What?
It's all connected. The metallurgy from a piano frame informs the engine block of a motorcycle. The acoustics from a concert hall inform the sound system in a Lexus. The carbon fiber from a racing bike informs the shaft of a golf club. The wood from a grand piano informs the luxury trim on a yacht. We're not a collection of random companies. We are one company that is pathologically obsessed with the art of the crossover.
So from one broken organ in the 1800s, you learned everything you need to know on how to learn everything to make anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I think the only thing that Yamaha did not do is a fucking pen. By internet standards, yes, that's ancient. For me, it's young. Yeah, in internet standards, it's like, it's so ancient. Alpha Trion is blushing right now.
Why our logo is the tuning forks. Everything being used and made in perfect harmony.
Beyond perfect harmony. I mean, I don't base Yonk or Alt based on my time frame. Yeah, you don't, Demi. But holy shit. Buy Yamaha stock, a time traveler probably. Yeah, good idea. Yamaha, unlocking the tech tree, one step at a time. I'm 26, so yeah, 18 is young in my book. Well, definitely in your book, Jake. Holy shit. Like,
nearly every part of a...
I'm pretty sure the only thing Yamaha did not do, it's the fucking thermos that I'm holding right now. I bet they made some components for my phone, I bet. But definitely not my thermos. Holy shit. I will go and refill my water supply. I'll be back in a minute. Enjoy some music in the meantime. Alright, I'm back, and why the hell did I saw that? Why the hell is my avatar was just hiding in the lower left, lower right corner? Okay. Also, they didn't do warships either. Lol. Thank God, at least that. I base young or old based on what can be done at that age of a person. Like I said, 21 is young because it's the first year you can drink legally. In America. Just saying. Okay, I can understand where you're coming from on that one here. I had to specify legality, yeah. I see that. Okay, by the way, before we go to the next video, I just want to... where is the Lexus V8 mentioned? Where is that? Because I just wanna type that out because it's personal to me. Here it is.
Built the high revving V8 for the Lexus LFA Super 2000 GT. We developed.
Okay, here it is. Okay. For God's sake.
Legendary Toyota 2000 GT. We developed.
Okay. Where is that? For the... Oh, come on, man. Lexus LFA. Epic's about to carry this shit. Yeah. Wait. For God's sake. What the hell am I writing? Typing. here you go. You don't need to censor your swearing here, man. Yeah, don't need to hide the swearing. We are... I'm alone am containing 5 sellers in a trench coat. Just saying. Oh, and a car mechanic next to him. I'm just used to typing like this, so I don't fucking care. Yeah, we know. Okay, now that I typed out my aggression at this absolute rookie mistake, I can try to forgive that. Let's continue next. 2. The Madman Fenrir. Another America Wizard lore video. The Back of Holding Freedom Edition. We are talking about the Back of Holding, the one that apparently has everything in this world and the kitchen sink, maybe. And by the way, I just want to ask, what type of format does Fenrir use for his previews? For his, like, preview pictures? But I guess I will just do a thing. Fuck, yeah. As long as you aren't spouting slurs, you're good. Yeah. You're very good. Let's listen what's the Madman cooked up this time.
It's America Wizard.
Hello there.
What? And contrary to popular belief, he is not magical. But what shouldn't surprise any of you is that he is a massive hypocrite.
Yeah. What?
Because he doesn't respect...
Well, of course he is a hypocrite. He has one hell of an ego, but he's American. What else did you expect?
Magic in any way, shape, or form. But that backpack he has on him at all times is probably one of the most broken magical items in the entire America Wizard universe.
True.
Okay, listen here, Hairline. I am the last person you should be teleporting out of nowhere. Yeah, What is that?
Ouch. Holy shit. And why the hell is the browser... Is Fenrir's video that quiet? Jake, is this quiet or you... To you, or is it just me? It is quiet to me too, you know? Like, it's not just you, Demi. It's all of us, apparently. Let me reload that.
This?
Okay, let's try 0 to 100.
Is America Wizard skin back to season.
That's super weird. Okay, here's the music.
Without further ado, let's talk.
Yeah, it's quiet on Fenrir's end. Yeah, it's very quiet on Fenrir's end. Quiet, yeah. Lol.
About America Wizard's backpack and how it is basically a machine gunner's dream bag.
Oh! Oh, yes.
I don't know if anyone noticed in last week's side quest, America Wizard didn't reload once. That...
Yeah. Oh, so it's not the stream, it's just straight up the video. Yeah, apparently the video, I don't know why it's quiet this time. Usually Fenrir's videos are loud as all hell up.
Belt just kept coming out of the bag and into the feed ramp. The miraculous thing is that M249 didn't jam at all. Anyway, I love backpacks.
Who doesn't love backpacks? Yep, it's the video, not the stream, yeah.
Specifically of the tactical variety that I can put whatever patch I want on. I have a lot.
Damn, I need a tactical backpack of my own, because I have a regular backpack that is... Well, it's good. Well, it's good. It's waterproof. I need the tactical one. They are so good.
It's actually a problem whenever I go into military surplus stores or tactical outfitters, and I'm always looking for new gear and stuff. But my main thing is like I immediately beeline it to the backpacks. I just want to have one for every day. Tactical gear is a fashion statement.
Yeah, BRB gonna go avatar run. Good luck, Jake.
Fight me. America Wizard's backpack is a Red Rock mountain gear backpack. Yes, the same guys who made the shovel that I use in every video. It doesn't come with a front pouch. As you can see, it's connected by the mollywebbing, but that's why I love this backpack. It has a lot of space for mollywebbing gear.
Nice. Wait, is that an X-shot, long shot in the background? Oh wait, you're about this one? Probably. I don't know. I am not an expert. But apparently it is if you recognize it. My tongue!
Not sponsored at all, by the way. I just love this backpack. I literally bought this backpack with the intention of using it as my EDC backpack, and it very quickly became America Wizards backpack, as well as my EDC backpack.
Nice.
But this is
EDC, you mean by everyday carry, right? I guess you do.
the bag that Jason entered the fantasy realm with, but as you can probably tell, it is a normal tactical backpack with the patches and the bells and whistles, but it's normal Earth tech. There's nothing really special about it. So a lot of you may be wondering, how did it get the name Bag of Holding?
Yeah.
If
Nerf it intensifies. Okay, I can see that.
it's not a bag of holding.
Sometimes before the events of season 1. Oh, we are getting lore?
And that's why you don't go putting your fingers where they don't belong. Dang pickpockets, am I right? I can't believe you shot an elf. I am just a humble pickpocket trying to make a living selling off your valuables without you noticing.
Ow.
I fail to see how this is my fault. He literally tried to steal from us. Please, reach into my inventory sack and find my healing potion. I feel myself getting colder.
Nah, fuck you. We are still in Oreo shoot and we are taking your pocket.
This thing is deep. What is this? Please hurry. Oh no. Normie, seriously? I can't even see the bottom of this thing. Can you please hurry up and just find the... Oh no, he's dead.
Good.
Well, fuck around and find out. And finders keepers. What is wrong with you? Is Santa Claus...
A lot. If it's wrong with America Wizard, with me, with all of us.
Claus's sack of presents a bag of holding? Is Santa Claus canon in D&D? Yeah, it should surprise literally none of you. Of course he looted it off of someone who tried to rob him, because why not? And once again, he didn't start it. He finished it. It's also important to note that these inventory sacks, as I've dubbed them, are very rare items in the fantasy realm. Literally, the only mention we've had of one in the entire show is the one Jason has with him at all times. So the fact that Jason was lucky enough that someone was unlucky enough to try and steal from him is pretty good odds.
Yeah. Damn, that's a pretty good replica pistol. Oh wait, replica pistol, you're about... Yeah, that's a very good replica. Okay, back to the present around here. Alright, I'm back with my gallon of water. Welcome back, Jake.
My girlfriend is here for this clip because steal from him is pretty good odds. Also, my girlfriend is here.
Also, he got shot in the knee. How the fuck did he die? Maybe the femoral artery. Who knows?
For this clip because they got lonely in their working space. Oh, the baby's here too?
Oh, Oreo! Aww. He died from bullet loss to the femoral artery. Yeah. Just what I said. Almost.
This begs the question though, how does Jason use this inventory bag when he has his backpack? Well, he's...
I think he just like opened his backpack, he just put the bottomless bag, like... I think you got my idea. I have no idea how to like say it.
Sewed it into the backpack.
Okay, here we go. Here's the explanation.
Those of you who are unfamiliar with two-character inventory spaces, they basically vary depending on universe. If you're
wait a second. If that artery is severed, you have less than 2 minutes to get it taken care of. Okay. Yep, that's totally a long shot in the background. Yeah.
In a cartoon, it's something called hammer space, which basically
wait, what?
Depending on universe. If you're in a cartoon, it's something called hammer space, which basically allows a cartoon character to pull any and all objects out of basically an infinite pocket dimension they just have on them. But that's true logic. In Dungeons and Dragons, it's called a bag of holding, and the bag of holding can basically be nearly anything, but they tend to be small sacks, and you can put anything in this bag as long as you can fit it through the opening. Like seriously, I can fit my whole head in this thing, so I can probably fit a lot into this if it was an actual pocket dimension.
Damn.
Because fundamentally, that's what these inventory spaces are. Whatever fantasy property chooses to...
I mean, whatever fits into the entrance. Like, if it fits into the entrance, it's basically can be in the backpack, right? And the best part is I guarantee that he get to use those Nerf guns as a tax write-offs, because he can say they are for his job alone. True. Absolutely true.
To call it whatever name, they're all the same thing. It's effectively a pocket dimension that is just on one's person. And you just know, like any Second Amendment loving American, America Wizard did exactly what you think he did.
Of course.
Guns. Okay, this looks like the place. Hello, sir. Do you have business at the tavern? Yeah, I'm meeting a bunch of my friends inside. No problem at all, sir. I'll just need to check everything inside your bag. I think I misheard you. You meant to say you just need to check my bag, right? It's a tavern policy.
You would want to uncheck the backpack right now. And in case of resistance, you would want to uncheck yourself. Yep, he did exactly what I would do. He did exactly what would all of us chaos lovers would do.
You know what? I don't want to escalate the situation. So you want to play stupid games? Fine. Let's win stupid prizes together. We're doing this.
Oh my god. I bet that Kurt is about to ask, excuse me sir, why is there about 57 weirdly shaped barrels? Fun fact, it's called Hammer Space because of those giant cartoon mullets Looney Tunes always pull out. Of course.
Okay. Okay, you got a few things there.
A lot.
What?
Yeah.
How? Okay, sir, I think I get your point. You can stop. You said you wanted to check everything in my bag, so we're checking everything in the bag.
Oh, and never forget the. I bet that Jason is carrying at least one R9X with him all of the time. Wait, Muffles. Wait, what is Muffles doing in here?
Is there a dude in there? I have a lot of stuff in there. I needed some help. So yeah, America Wizard has a lot of stuff in that backpack. Some of it's gold.
And apparently he also can carry Muffles. Nice. Exactly how I would react to that guy asking that stupid questions. Yeah.
Some of it's potions, some of it's food. The majority of it is ammunition and freedom. As mentioned before in this video, Jason has no respect for magic whatsoever, and that's because he sees it as lazy. He sees magic as the easy way of doing things, that it presents an easy way out of problem solving, which is really hypocritical of him when he is using this backpack, especially since he doesn't recognize the amount of study, practice, training, or trial and error this whole universe had to come to with magic to get to this point in their history. There was a time in this world people were blowing up trying to figure out how to use magic. Same thing happened when we were figuring out gunpowder. Don't be surprised when you go learning about the history of explosives, you come to find out a lot of people are missing digits, if you get my drift.
Yeah. Yeah, also same thing with like car racing. Like in racing series like Formula 1, WRC, GT, Le Mans, there's also always a saying, the safety rules are not written with ink, they are written with human blood. There's a fucking reason for that. Nah, I think that's just Random Doom being muffled by being in the backpack. No, that's not a dude being muffled. That is Muffles himself. Literally Muffles. There is... I already reacted to all the like main series America Wizard videos. Literally the last video he released about Muffles, I reacted to it a week ago. It's on the YouTube channel, you can watch it later.
At the same time though, it doesn't surprise me at all that Jason would use a bag of holding in this way. I get asked this question all the time, but no, I have never served in the United States military. I have never served in any military.
I don't blame you, but LARPing, he's LARPing so good, I don't even mind. Like, I, for example, never served in the Israeli army neither. I got the opportunity to get basically a free pass. due to ADHD and mild autism, which is considered a disability. Which means I'm not obligated, but I have the opportunity to volunteer. So yeah, very close.
Military. I am just super autistic and a big nerd for military history. But
True. Absolute fair, super fair.
anyone who has served can tell you the biggest thing they have to do is walk around with a lot of gear.
Yeah.
So I'm really that surprised that, of course, he would immediately want a backpack that he can carry all the ammo he wants with no negatives on his back.
Yeah, an absolute dream for like an M250 cal gunner. It's an absolute dream.
As the famous quote from RoboCop goes, I'd buy that for $1. Cap, I guess. And that is America Wizard's backpack.
If anybody tried to draft me, I cast X murder. Holy shit.
A lot of people were probably hoping.
Oh, you know this guy. Oh, welcome back, Purple, by the way.
For actual lore.
Hold up. Let's go back.
That for $1 or a kneecap, I guess. And that is America Wizard's backpack. I know a lot of people were probably hoping.
He's really good. Fenrir, yeah, he's great.
For actual lore on America Wizard as a character, but I can't reveal any of that stuff yet because
spoilers.
We're working on something right now that is basically an episode dedicated to America Wizard backstory. So you're gonna have to subscribe to stay tuned for that. If you made it this far in the video, thank you so much for watching.
Yes, we love Madman Fenrir in this community. Exactly. Wait, hold up. Hold up, I can see your message, Purple. I'm back from watching Book Mongrel make gay Dave Miller. Holy shit.
I saw that, yes, everybody loved the Muffles video last week, and I have seen your demands, and yes, America Wizard lore will continue as a series on this channel.
Nice.
Special thank you to our Patreon members.
From DSAF. I think I remember that combination of letters. Not sure too. I shot him with a clock. I shot him with a clock. He couldn't have died. They shoot at Freddy's. Are we turning from a Madman Fenrir video to a Crash and Badger comedy skit? The 9mm kills the body, the 45 ACP kills the soul. You gotta make sure people don't come back as a leech. BRB, good luck, Demix.
These videos would not be possible without you guys. If you want to support the channel, the best way is to subscribe and hit that bell icon. Members of the Discord available through the Patreon will also get to vote on the next America Wizard lore video that we cover here. My name is Madman Fenrir, and I once made a sandwich using my e-tool.
Of course he did. Of course he absolutely did that. The lore and the funniest must flow. He's not wrong, military wear is a fashion statement, and it's a damn good one. And it's a damn good one, boy. So true. Oh, I love it. I absolutely love it. Whew. Let me choke another sip of water. And let me look up DSAF. I swear to God I remember that combination of letters. What the hell is that? Ah, right. Day shift at Freddy's. Okay, now it makes sense. Don't give the fox. Okay, now this makes a lot of sense now. Fuck. By the way, before I go, Fenrir and thus I assume America Wizard. Watch Russian Badger. Of course he does. He like literally in his main story of the in Act 1, he's making the 9mm to 45 SCP reference. Where do you think he's got his obsession over the US military from? I would have to agree. He is into Russian Badger, believe me. I know. And what did you say, Purple? What the hell? Just let me get into this stuff. Don't do me any sign-ups. Okay, what the hell is that? Okay, got it. Oh yeah, he's also great. We love the Fat Electrician at Chelsea. And Animarch history here, man. You're in good company. Indeed you are. Russian Badger starts conversations with killing children. Is one, but if they're invisible... What? Oh, you don't have Instagram? I do have, but I don't want to use it. And... where did that come from? Oh, yeah. Where did that come from? Like... Excuse me. Never mind. We are gonna ignore that for a second. Also, check out the plump cover. I will check that after the stream, okay? So, for the last video for today, and it's almost 2 AM in the morning. Holy shit, we are here for a long while. We are having Hellsing Ultimate Abridged, episode 9 by Team Forster. Oh my god. Hold on, I can post it on YouTube later. Never mind, later. Whew. I just released yesterday, like last Friday, the 8th episode. It's holy fuck, it was one hell of an episode. Let's see what the 9th episode can bring out.
The following is a fan-based parody. Hellsing Ultimate is owned by Kota Hirano and Studio Madhouse, and licensed by Genion, Madman Entertainment, Manga Entertainment, and Funimation. Please support the official release.
Hello? Who is that? What the hell is it?
Father!
Oh.
I don't want to say goodbye.
Well, that's
posted
quite
it on YouTube.
Integra.
Whatever.
I'm dying.
It truly is a tragedy.
Alright, I have to bounce, guys. Have fun and don't get out of control. I'll see you tomorrow, Apex. See you tomorrow. By the way, Jake, tomorrow I'm having a collab stream. Just saying. Just so you know.
I cannot believe someone would poison our afternoon brandy. What bittersweet fortune that I was somehow spared.
Yes, it truly is a blessing that you are well, my brother, Richard Traitoro Hellsing.
Okay, nice.
But as I die, the authority of our sacred organization falls to my precious daughter.
Excuse me, what?
Yes, with great honor.
What?
Roll that back.
Integra, you must stand taller than us all now.
Why?
The men and women of the Hellsing organization.
She's not even a teenager. Why you put so much responsibility and pressure on a kid?
That's great!
Great! Yay!
If you should ever find yourself in peril, know that deep in the forgotten underground dungeon, there is one man you can count on.
Walter doesn't live in the dungeon. He lives under the stairs.
Goodbye,
Not really.
my starling.
And not Walter, but close enough.
And
oh,
that was my favorite pillow.
Well, that's disturbing. Oh.
Walter, did you know you have paid vacation days?
Ooh.
What?
Sorry, sir. No sight of her.
So, did you actually search for her? Or did you all go to the fucking sunglasses hut?
We do both.
To hell with this.
Why can't we do both?
Oh,
You want your family murdered, I guess you do it yourself. Again.
Oh,
you did it.
What do I do? Walter's in Brazil, I'm in a vent, and my uncle's trying to murder me.
Holy
I
shit.
suppose my only hope lies in the dungeon.
By the way, would you like this extra pair of Oakleys?
It's 9 fucking p.m.
Well, that wasn't loud at all.
I made it. But however will I know which door is?
Well, if that wasn't obvious.
It's definitely this door. But I wish it wasn't.
You! There you are, my precious little niece. I was afraid you left before your succession ceremony.
Fuck off.
I wanted to give you your parting gifts. There are 11. In fact, 12, including the one in the chamber.
You killed my father.
No, the poison killed your father. I murdered your father.
Then I guess you belong down here! Oh god, there's so many stairs!
You idiot. Oh.
Where is he?
Hello.
God damn it, Dad, he's dead! Oh, Integra, you can't have a puppy. That's too much responsibility.
Forgetting to feed one's gimp is a common mistake. Arthur was quite forgetful. Just like how he forgot I existed. And soon, the world will forget all about you!
Huh? What the hell?
What is that?
The hell? Oh, Dicrops is alive apparently.
Excuse me?
Hold on. Let me get some syrup.
I
said, excuse me! I said, let me get some syrup!
Oh! Okay. That's a lot of blood. Not scary at all, eh?
I don't care if you are my father's gimp vampire boyfriend. You stay back!
Oh, so Arthur's an actual daddy now.
Well, he was.
Oh, don't tell me. Arthur died and made you the successor, and that dick over there is trying to murder you.
Actually, yeah, that's the plot synopsis, basically.
Oh, wow.
Then, how do you want to handle this?
You work for me now.
Oh?
I am Integra Fairbrook Wingates Helsing, of the Helsing Organization. If you served my father, you serve me.
All right then, but I require long walks at night.
Will you behave yourself?
More or less.
More or less, yeah.
Die!
I will protect you with my lives.
Then your first order is keep your arms steady.
No! No! No!
Damn. That's a start. Huh?
Walter!
What?
How you doing, buddy? You look moisturized.
That's not Walter.
You get some work done?
I have been seeing a doctor.
Wait.
And he's
That is Walter like Walter? Wait, what's happened?
administered a rather unorthodox treatment.
Shot the dog. Was it vampire DNA?
It was a spa day, a deep tissue massage, and a face mask. Of vampire DNA.
Oh.
If you wanted one of those, you could have just asked me.
Walter,
Ma'am?
I'm saying this out of courtesy. If you betrayed us, I will personally mount your head over a urinal in our men's room.
Oh.
It explains the third floor restrooms.
Oh.
Which are now currently in the first floor restrooms.
Now, before we start throwing around words like betrayal or cocked, let's let Walter explain himself.
Yeah, good idea.
Oh, you
come
Is
on.
he just using words he learned on social media again?
You treasonous little dishwasher. After all these years, you're stabbing us in the back!
Your gun looks ridiculous.
What is that That's not a Luger, that's a Longer. What is that?
I didn't bring any.
Oh.
Him! Damn him! He should have killed me! Then Yuli and I could be together again, forever!
Were you two lesbian?
Survival says a man should not lay with another man as he would a woman.
Oh, I get it. Yeah,
Oh.
that makes sense. Wait, so it's kosher as long as I'm not fucking a dude in the vagina?
Come on. Oh, come on, of course the Nazis are back. They always love to ruin the fun. Come on, man.
The splash zone
Yeah, I'm getting balls like a smurf here.
God
Come,
no.
ladies. Let's let the boys have their fun.
Saris, come.
Master,
Go with Mommy, Saris. Daddy's got work to do.
am I your child in this scenario?
Maybe. Maybe not.
Saris, our group relationship can best be summarized as tags on Pornhub. Now go.
Fine,
Excuse
Dad.
me?
And to you, Walter C. Dornez, thank you for the cannon.
And thank you for your service, Saris Victoria.
Oh,
You're
nice.
Still a right bellend, though.
Everyone aboard the SS Schuhstaffel, or as we like to call it, the SS...
What?
Oh, you'll come. They always come!
Alright. Oh,
Okay, at least make a joke about getting ahead.
okay.
I feel like we're not on the same wavelength.
Alright, welcome back, Demi. You're back to an absolute chaos. Walter did what? Walter did what? Okay. My sympathy for Walter are gone. For the time being.
Why are you getting so upset?
Okay, I know it's filthy rich coming from me, but your powers are bullshit.
Yeah. Hello? What?
Hold on, is that...
Hold up, how is he still alive?
That's... Oh, I know it. Didn't we send him on a mission?
Oh, that's one of the Valentines.
Oh, the funny one who's fallout.
Nein, that was his brother.
Okay, that was for the joke.
Ah.
Time to put this dog on a leash.
Oh god. My god. The hell was that? Damn, Saris is an MVP.
You seem so angry.
No shit.
It would be so much prettier if you smiled more.
Yeah, don't give me that idea.
These fools die with a smile on their face. Their religion is death and carnage. A cult of nihilism.
Then I'll be their fucking Kool-Aid!
Fun fact, in Johnstown
Nice.
it was actually mostly Flavor Aid, a less popular competing brand.
What?
Let me assure you though, we are not here for cyanide and Valium. We are here for glory.
You sure about that?
After the war, we were ousted and scorned. Nuremberg really wanted to settle the score there. We lost our purpose, but first, we lost our chance at the one true gift that could be awarded men like us.
What?
A true, gloriful death. Without glory, our deaths would be meaningless.
Oh.
So in this towering wall of civilization, of peace and stagnation, we had to break through.
Jesus.
Little by little, we carved a way, and finally, we could see our glory on the other side. There, with vicious steel and crimson heart, stood Helsing. So Dankeschön, der Fräulein, for finally giving us the happy ending we so desperately craved.
Holy.
Majestic glory hole.
You know, you could have just shortened the entire monologue into just one phrase. We are Muslim as fuck. Just saying.
There it is.
Hey, I give it an 8 out of 10.
Pip? Was that Pip?
Oh, sweetie, no. Pip's dead.
I swear I just heard him.
Maybe it was that guy.
I kinda doubt it.
Well, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to find out if my sword will fit in the mage's glory hole.
Not
Do
a
me
bad
favor,
idea.
Clean up the rest of this mess.
Does anybody care about it?
Fucking Nazis about everything.
Whatever.
happen to be French, would you?
Yeah. He's mute, I believe. And the guns are back. Hello? Oh.
Did you just shoot me with the motherfucker?
Gotcha. Glory hole kick. Yeah, one hell of a kick. What? A Rob Zombie, hello?
Me jogging. He's a Nazi fucking werewolf.
What? What? Oh.
It was right.
Jesus.
This is so much worse.
I'd call him a wolf in sheep's clothing, but he's dressed like a Nazi, so...
He's a fucking Nazi. Also,
Oh, right. Wait. Didn't Sarah's 8 peep in the 7th episode when she became a vampire? So, like, in the previous episode, Alucard had a lot of souls basically inside him, so he probably had a lot of funny conversations, most likely. And now, Ceres is having basically a... How do you call it? A pocket-sized... A travel-sized peep in her head, basically.
hi.
Ça fait longtemps, ma chère.
Long time no see, my dear.
Why are you?
When you took my blood, you had my consent. Thus, I am part of you now, Ceres.
So, you're finally inside of me. How does it feel?
Let's put a pin in that. But let's put down Kibbles and bitch over there.
Nice. Holy.
So he's also a ghost? What the fuck?
Hello, mon cher.
Come on, my dear.
Kill a werewolf is a silver bullet.
Oh, that's a shame. I left all me silver bullets back home. Literally.
There's another way, but it's pretty gross.
Pretty gross. I think I have an idea what pretty gross can mean.
Oh my god.
Welcome to the first white national bank of the Schutzstaffel. Gold.
Oh, they fucking... Oh, they fucking... Yeah, they do.
Silver, copper from air conditioners. And they think they are too big to fail. But all we have to do is shove that in his heart.
Then it's time I showed this Nazi werewolf in London where he can stick it!
Okay.
He hits you! What are you going to do about it?
Hit him harder!
Alright.
Holy shit! It's almost as big as my love for you.
Holy bombing. Okay.
You mean your erection?
That is what I call it, wait.
Did they just play it fucking bomb toss? Damn.
This Red Riding Hood fights back!
Damn. A silver tooth? Excuse me?
Right as a leg, Grand Maison Lou.
Sorry, big back wolf.
And pop and blow me.
I thought he was gonna be the one to make the dick joke. Who, the silent one? No, he doesn't speak apparently. But Pip, he does. Gross. You're creepy as hell. Fucking Dora the Explorer. By the way, I wanted to say, in this like head pose, he looks like that one, the gym teacher from Persona 5. I cannot unsee it anymore. So that's why he was silent the entire time, right?
Puff and puff and blur. That was the best you had.
I had one for Red Riding Hood, but then you said yours.
Good. Yours was probably gross anyway.
Yeah.
Also, get out of me boob.
There's so much space in here.
He's not wrong though. That was an illusion the entire time. Wait a second. So right now, Alucard basically switched. So that's why Luke that's why Luke was alive the entire time. He was an illusion, and then Dracula, he and Luke switched places, and he made an illusion to make himself look like Luke and to make Luke look like himself. I can see a joke in here right now.
For all these years, you finally get to stick it in me.
Bite your fucking tongue!
Jolly Wally! Oh, how many years has it been?
Fuck you! That nickname was never clever!
Oh,
Wait, what?
Jolly
Wait. He became even younger? Wait, what?
Wally doesn't like his nickname. Jolly Wally's being a sad lad.
Damn.
Oh, but if only we had the opportunity, could have avoided all the sexual tension and treachery.
Okay. What?
Please, we both know the reason you sold your soul was because you never got to hear.
Walter-san,
what? Excuse me again?
Never got to hear.
Mister, I love it very much. What?
You know, I mean, unironically.
Cut it out.
What?
That's right, it's a blast from your past with that sass and lolly ass.
Damn.
Am I moe enough for you?
Why can't you take this seriously?
Because that's what you want, and I'm not going to give it to you.
First of all, because it's Dracula, fuck you, that's how. And second of all, yeah. By the way, she's looking like Chisa from Vuva. Just noticed. Yeah. Helsing predicted the future. Just kill me now, not gonna lie. Honestly, cannot disagree.
That or my pussy. But really, you're dodging a bullet there. Rows of teeth.
For the love of...
Like a shark.
End of part 1. Holy crap, that's... Okay. Part 2 in December, but okay, but holy shit. What the hell was that? The second Alucard explained his relationship with Aztecs on Pornhub. All I could think was, that is terrifyingly accurate. True. Scary, but true as hell. Integra's father, you must stand taller than all of us. Integra grows up to be a 7 feet out of sheer willpower. Damn straight. Holy shit. I'm sorry, but why did I just... Wait. What the hell did we just witness right now? Like... Did Alucard just really gender bend himself right now? What? I can't take it anymore. I cannot take it anymore. I'm tired, man. I need to go to sleep. It's 2:30 AM. Like, what the hell are we doing here? I need to go to sleep. And now to the goodbye speech. Oh my god. I guess my ass is reshaped again. Yeah. Thanks to everybody who was today on stream. Thanks to Julian. Thanks to Jake. Thanks to Dark Purple. Thanks to you too, Danny Mix, for being around here the entire stream. I believe we finally got got the needed average viewer time to get into affiliate. Probably. I will be checking that tomorrow. But anyway, thanks to everybody who was around the entire stream of 4.5 hours. Holy shit. Bye. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow when we will be having a collab stream. Cursed Halo with Mads with another VTuber. Sadly, I will probably won't be cursing as much as usual. But anywho, I will see you tomorrow, and remember, Steam, sleep tight, especially at midnight. Even though it's not even midnight anymore. Whatever, semantics. Bye bye! Now, very